nutrition, and then we have a special program on supporting countries in the transition from fossil to renewable energy. In fact, Ibrahim Kitu, who is the director legal at EPRA, was one of the beneficiaries of that course, where we brought in a group of lawyers, engineers, economists from around the continent, with funding from Oxford and the Rockefeller Foundation, to support that transition and all the issues that surround that. Our partnerships, I would say that we have partnered with every single major bilateral and multilateral development agency on the planet. And we have basically an unblemished record. Foundations, governments, and private sector partners. And in fact, again, on that QR code, if you go in there, you will see our capacity statement, which lists in detail the projects which we have developed over the last 25 years. We have alumni from 70,000 alumni from 186 countries. In Kenya, there is not a public sector institution that has not sent participants or has not worked with us, including legislators, county governments. We have worked with very, very closely. The Kenya Parliament, we have a long-standing relationship. Our strategic partners include the IFC. We have a strategic relationship with IFC on PPPs. MIGA, the Multilateral Investment and Guarantee Agency of the World Bank. Also, U.S. State Department. UNCITRAL, the United Nations agency. UNIDROIT and the Hague Conference. 28 years in Africa. Again, we still had operations in Africa beginning in 1971, but permanent operations began 28 years ago in Uganda, following a World Bank initiative. And then this led to partnerships with governments across the African region. We trained over 15,000 officials from 35 countries. Some of the major projects included a number of energy capacity building programs. We carried out a training program in Zambia for the legal department of the African Development Bank, the unit responsible for negotiating energy agreements. We carried out that capacity building program. We also, in COMESA, we had a 7-year program which involved training COMESA officials and also training all COMESA member states in procurement, including the private sector in the COMESA countries, including even reforming the information technology readiness to conduct procurement. And that was a 7-year program following international competitive bidding. In Lesotho, with funding from the Millennium Challenge Corporation, we built commercial courts, small energy regulatory agency and his colleague yesterday. We had a project for natural resource contract training, which included individuals from the Ministry of Finance. Now, in Southern Africa, where we are now based, this was established in 2020, and we offer training programs in both Cape Town and Johannesburg. We have an office in Mauritius which handles administrative matters. And Johannesburg provides a very interesting location, and so does Cape Town, for world-class training. And some of your colleagues have been there, as I've mentioned. We have strategic partnerships with universities. So University of Pretoria is our strategic partner, as well as the Gibbs Business School, which is part of the University of Pretoria. And Jones Day. Yesterday, you may have heard from Javed Chaudhry, my other colleague, who is based in the US. Through Jones Day, we carry out training programs in Dubai, Singapore, Washington, DC, London, and other areas. Again, our clients across the African continent, cross-sectoral regulators, including the central banks, ministries, judiciaries, was about 70, and from the Northern Hemisphere. So together with ICSID, we decided, look, there should be much more African participation. That program is very popular, and we attract participants from Asia, Europe, and Africa. EPRA and ILI, what we can do. And obviously we're going to have to, with the leadership and guidance of EPRA, talk about some of the things. But in general, we would hope that we can revolutionize energy knowledge, regulation, and leadership in Africa. Carry out joint capacity building and technical assistance programs here in Kenya and in other places. The focus is, again, not exclusive to what is listed, but renewables, tariffs, PPPs, ESG, which is crucial, and the relevant law reform. We know that EPRA has a pipeline of legislation that it manages with the parent ministry. So there are those types of things that can happen. We can also focus on regional cooperation, which is an important aspect in building capacity. Many individuals that I speak to around the world, and even in the Southern African region, really look to Kenya as a leader. I was talking with the board and member and manager, the director here at EPRA before this session began, about just the revolution that is taking place here in Kenya in the area of technology and the influence that Kenya has across the globe. But in the area of energy, Kenya is really looked up to. And the vision that was enumerated yesterday by the Cabinet Secretary and PS just underscores that. So I think there is a lot that can be learned from Kenya. And we can carry out these programs on-site here in Kenya and also online. I think really this is a partnership really made in heaven. We actually signed an agreement yesterday, and we have shared values. We work very well together. There is a mutual understanding and with the leadership and the view of what can be done tomorrow. And I think that's why this partnership is a great partnership. And then, of course, EPRA's sectoral authority, and you saw that evident in the Director General's remarks yesterday. You know, the standing that EPRA has is quite significant. Plus, if you combine that with our Africa-wide footprint, the institutes, as well as our global influence as an institution, I think there's a lot that we can do, as well as the legitimate partnerships that we have with global partners that you see right there. At the end of the day, we are doing this for future generations. I see some young people in the room. Really, you are the inheritors of all of this, but hopefully it will influence policy, it will strengthen institutions, and promote a knowledge ecosystem, even in universities. And really, very importantly, developing this African voice that promotes talent development. Thank you for listening to me.
We'll now progress to the sector roundtable, which will be moderated by Dr. Elder Onsumo, Acting Executive Director, Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research and Analysis. Welcome to the stage.
Good morning, everybody. I take this opportunity to thank EPRA for this great conference. As you've been told, my name is Dr. Elda Onsom, the Acting Executive Director, the Kenya Institute for Public Policy, Research and Analysis. KIPRA is one of the great think tanks in Sub-Saharan Africa, and we are affiliated with the National Treasury and the State Department for Economic Planning. Why this conference is quite important for us is because we are in research and policy analysis. It is therefore a very great opportunity for us to look at this session that is focusing on the role of energy for sustainable and inclusive economic development. And as we all know, energy is a central input and plays a key role in socioeconomic development globally, driving the last 4 industrial revolutions. This is echoed in global, regional, and national policy frameworks, notably the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 7 further emphasizes on ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Energy is a key enabler for economic growth and development in our great nation and also in the continent of Africa. It is essential for attainment of the continent and also the country's main development agenda. For instance, the Kenya Vision 2030 and currently the Medium-Term Plan 4, which implements the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Huge strides have been made to advance the nation's energy sector by the government and other relevant stakeholders over the years. Examples of major success include the country's energy generation capacity that has grown by over 63% over the last decade, and energy access rate which has also substantially increased. With a target of universal access to energy by 2030, Kenya must efficiently address its energy sector challenges such as systems power lapses, high capital costs, and stakeholder resistance to projects to meet these and other development goals. Unfortunately, the energy sector is a major contributor to the current climate change crisis, producing about 75% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. Hence, it is of utmost importance to prioritize research work on sustainability and inclusiveness for socioeconomic development. Among the emerging policy issues requiring attention of policy researchers include the focus on renewable energy, transition to green technologies, including e-mobility, adoption of digital technologies, including artificial intelligence, machine learning, and Internet of Things to address energy production, demand, supply, and other needs. It is also important to look at the policy, legal, and administrative frameworks that we need to put in place as a country to ensure that we have access to energy for all. Energy research can be leveraged to provide evidence-based solutions and accelerate inclusive growth through national policies. This forum, therefore, provides us with an opportunity to share knowledge and ideas to tackle these challenges, and therefore I wish to invite the panelists who are drawn from both the public and the private sectors to join me here, and these include Dr. John Mutua, who is the Directorate of Economic. Let's clap for him as he comes. We have Mr. Ken Mugambi, who is the Group CEO for Trinity Energy Limited, and we have Engineer Ephantus Kamweru, who is from RELEC. Welcome. This is going to be quite engaging and also informative as we progress with this session, and allow me to sit over there with the panelists. We can now proceed. First, thank you for finding this opportunity and also this time to be with us in this conference. I want each one of us to describe your organization's mandate and how it aligns with the country's goal of achieving universal energy access. I start with Dr. Mutua, who is also from EPRA.
Thank you very much, Elder. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John from EPRA. I'm the Director of Economic Regulation and Strategy. It's important to mention that because EPRA is responsible for technical and economic regulation. What that means is that we ensure that the wires, the pipelines, when it comes to electricity generation, transmission, distribution, technically we have to ensure the system is working, as well as pipelines, oil pipelines, depots, LPG terminals. So all these things technically, we have to ensure there is safety, they are operating in an efficient manner, and issues like transmission losses, whether electricity or pipeline losses for petroleum products, including emerging technologies such as hydrogen, EVs, and then on the economic regulation side, that is where we do the provision of revenue requirements for the sector, setting of tariffs again, and also looking at financial viability of sector utilities. So basically what EPRA does is to ensure that the environment for doing business is taken care of by licensing players, and also ensuring there is fair competition within the sectors that we do regulate. For example, within the power side, we have licensed over 42 power projects. Of course, almost close to 65% of that is from KenGen, and then independent power producers take the rest of about 35%. And again, we have licensed KETRACO and designated KETRACO as a system operator. At the moment, KPLC is doing that. So we do ensure that the power sector is well-resourced in terms of ensuring there is enough resources to ensure that investors also recover their costs. And also, we also set tariffs in terms of what we call bulk supply tariffs, that is PPA tariffs, or network service contracts, like when it comes to the transmission systems. Because Kenya is interconnected with Uganda, with Ethiopia, with Tanzania. and we have willing agreements that have been signed to ensure transmission of power across. So we do really quite a lot to ensure that those investments are paid for, and at the same time we have to balance the interests between investors and consumers. So basically, April's law is to support government policy, so the government will come broad with broad policies that have to be implemented, but government does not do business. They don't invest. It is the investors who come. The investors will always come if the environment of doing business is good, and that is the role of the regulator to ensure that we have a conducive environment to attract investors, because Andola can invest it in the US, can invest it in China, but also here in Kenya. So investors look at where to put their money, and it all depends on the environment and the condition that you are putting. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Mugambi, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Elder. So Trinity Energy, maybe just to give a little background, we are a Pan-African integrated energy group. Our operations started in South Sudan, but we've since expanded to 5 countries within East and Central Africa. We continue to grow across this region. I just want to, in answering your question, to pick up from where Dr. Mutua has left, that we are the investors that Dr. Mutua has spoken about. Again, as Dr. has elaborated, government does not do business. It is the private sector that does investment. And it's the private sector, it's through enabling the private sector that then government is able to achieve this objective of universal access. So as a private sector player, our primary focus is on bridging energy access for Africa. In fact, that's our clarion call as an organization, that we work towards bridging energy access for Africa. Now, how do we do that? We do that through investing in last mile energy access, whether it's through retail fuel stations, power generation, which we are currently doing now in South Sudan. And just to give you a snapshot of how we are doing power generation in South Sudan, is we are actually right from generation to the grid to connecting at household level. Unlike Kenya or other countries in East Africa, South Sudan does not have an established utility company. So we actually generate power, transmit, and connect at household level. So we are end-to-end in terms of providing that last mile connectivity. We are also, looking at other areas, very conscious, obviously, as an oil and gas, primarily oil and gas company, that we have to look into the space of energy transition as well. While our primary focus is bridging energy access, we are conscious that, we are living in times where matters of emissions are important. The world is moving towards transitioning into cleaner energies, and we are right there, developing solar opportunities in South Sudan. We are very conscious, even here in Kenya as well, that even as we establish our retail fuel footprint, that we have to look at other areas. Autogas is one of the areas that we are really now working towards providing the right mix in our retail stations. Again, really to credit the regulator for a really enabling framework around some of these innovations that are coming into play. Autogas, EV charging stations. Again, these are, energy access opportunities that we've taken on board and we're embracing as a means towards, driving this energy access. But maybe just to mention that, as we talk about our focus and strategic growth as a company, we realize, especially because of the role that we are playing across East and Central Africa, there is not one size that fits all. Different countries within this region and Africa at large at different stages of their energy evolution journey. We are privileged here in Kenya to be, way advanced than many of the other countries. So we may not be able to prescribe the same solutions that are working here in Kenya. In South Sudan, for example, where electricity access is only 5%. So as we champion greener, cleaner energy here in Kenya, because we have plenty of access to it and our infrastructure is well developed, in South Sudan, the primary focus is providing access. It's lifting people from, running generators, small generators in their backyards, or for those who are able to, and for majority who don't have any form of electricity access, is first of all getting them to enjoy the electricity that we have. And the easiest way, the most practical way in such a setting is actually providing thermal generation, So while matters of transition are important, we see ourselves really as, first of all, primarily driving access and conscious that we can only be able to drive the transition conversation when there is a sufficient access.
Thank you. Now to Engineer Kamweru, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Elda. Yeah, I'm a Fantas Kamweru. I'm representing my CEO, Dr. Rose Muklamas, who could not make it. Regarding LEREC is Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy Corporation. It used to be called LEA. That was started in 2008. But now at Energy Act 2019, we are called LEREC. LEREC actually, I think any Kenyan should be able to understand us and to know what we do, because we really touch the people's heart. Because our work is to do the grid extension. So when you talk about energy access, we are making sure there is electricity access in the rural areas. So we extend the grid up to all the area where the grid is. And that's why if you, of late, you can be seeing many projects which are ongoing by the top leadership of this country. You can see our vehicle there because we take power to the local people, to your houses. And in case you don't have power in your houses, if you're in this conference, let us know what's the issue, because that's the way we are supposed to do rural areas. The other area we also do is where there's no grid, we do off-grid power distribution. We call them mini grids, like Mandela, Garissa, all those areas. Initially, we used to use diesel to rectify the places, but now we are also using solar mini grids. So that's another area we have been able to extend electricity, even in rural areas where there's no grid. The other area we have also been promoting energy access is in area of the cooking, clean cooking. We are having about 17 energy centers across the country, which are the responsibility is to promote clean cooking initiatives. Others are like improved cooking stoves, technology like biogas. We're also using other access, like even EV charging point in our energy centers, so that especially for motorcycles, where you have motorcycle in our energy center, as we are promoting the energy access for them, they can also charge there. So all these are initiatives to make sure that we have energy access across the country. So in a nutshell, that's what we do. Our role is grid extension, also off-grid power integration, and also clean cooking. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. And to continue from where you have left, I know we have touched on the issues of bridging the access gap, looking at innovative energy sources, and ensuring that even in the rural areas we have access to clean and sustainable energy. And this then brings us to the next question, which I want to ask first, Engineer. Can you give us at least 2 areas of energy research and innovation that you think we should prioritize as a country, and how those innovations can be scaled up to tackle the future needs of energy? And here we are talking of the role of green growth for sustainable development and bring into dimension the issues of how we can also meet the demand for e-mobility energy, for instance, in rural areas. Over to you, Engineer.
That's a bit broad, but okay, you have talked about the research and innovation we have done. Actually, I'm head of research and innovation in LELEC, and there are quite a number of research we have done, especially concerning our grid system. For example, we have done research on the causes of transformer failures, which has been a challenge in our country. It's already published that we are able to identify the cause of those failures, which is one of the reasons sometimes you could have a challenge of having access of power when you're having so many power failures, many blackouts. So that one is one of the research we have done. We also done another research which I'm going to present after this concerning the composite poles, which is an alternative source of poles instead of using concrete poles and also wooden poles, which has been causing many failures. Somebody yesterday was talking about vehicles on Friday knocking poles. I'm going to present a pole which, if you hit it, chances of you having a major injury is minimal because that pole can be able to fall down and come back. So it reduces the impact level. So that's another research we have done on that one. And many other research, which are all of them are geared towards ensure that the power is available in our...
Is the issue of hydrogen. When it comes to producing hydrogen to produce electricity, is a new area, and many people talk about it. Even here in Kenya, EPRA has actually hydrogen guidelines that have been done, but when it comes to generating electricity from that source of energy, and given the conversions and the efficiencies, both technical and also economic, I think we need to look at homegrown studies on the impact of hydrogen on power generation, and also associated with that is fertilizer, because you cannot just utilize it for power generation alone. Some of the byproducts like ammonia, you can use them to produce fertilizer, and of course there have been initiatives. A lot of private sector players have come up with some proposals, but I don't believe they are so solid because these are new technologies. So I think we need to undertake research in these particular areas and see how we can be able to tap in. The second one is on EVs, electric mobility. According to government policy, by the year 2025, which is now, we are supposed to be 5% of our vehicles are supposed to be electric. That is a government policy. But of course, there were delays in policy, and what has happened is that after we actually came out with the EV guidelines that the DG talked about yesterday, and special tariffs, adoption of electric vehicles, like the growth in the last 6 months has been 46% growth, and the electricity growth from EVs has been almost 465% growth in the electricity that is powering vehicles in Kenya. This is an indication that we are having, a lot of load going into EVs. And for example, when we are approving the tariff, and why it is important to investigate this, Kenya Power and even ourselves, we had reservations on how much each charging station should consume electricity. So we capped it at 15,000 kilowatt hours. Then what happened is that after we implemented these EVs, each charging station, because we have electric buses, like Basico, we have others called ROM, Mobius, we have seen, especially from Basico, charging ports, they have exceeded, each charging station is consuming 28,000 kilowatt hours. So we have to consider, and I think my manager for pricing is here, we are looking at how do we ensure, because now they get penalized. We have a special tariff of 16 shillings during peak and 8 shillings during off-peak. So whenever now they exceed the 15,000 kilowatt hours, they are now taken to a higher tariff, which is not fair, basically. since they are performing a public good transportation. So a study on the impact of EVs on power grids and implication for energy transition, for me is an area we could think of, and especially Kipra. I think I used to work for Kipra, and those I'm good to declare, Elder was my classmate in Masters and PhD. And we were only the 3 students of us, including another guy who survived. So, so I think we need to do research before we disappear from the planet, so that we can also influence some of these outcomes. And I think going forward, there was a mention when the DG yesterday talked about coal technology. I remember from the World Bank and also from the audience that the audience felt that we have a lot of geothermal potential. Why can't we continue using geothermal as an anchor technology and overlook coal, for example? But of course, these are issues to be discussed. But I think the future of energy in Kenya is about exploiting also the resources that we have. So, and research that will lead into deeper understanding. And of course, the wells are rich with steam. But I think also studies have been done whereby they are looking at the implications on that particular area, especially Lake Naivasha, because sometimes the water is rejected back, the steam is rejected back into the reservoirs, and some of it gets also into the lake. And so the future of electricity is geothermal, but we need to do research to ensure that there is sustainability. Also, when you are vending steam, and I do hope my colleagues from KenGen is here, sometimes, because geothermal is a technology that you cannot ramp up so fast, and also ramp it down so fast, you have to ensure that it's like it operates like an aircraft on autopilot. You need like 1 hour for it to get into peak, and then geothermal plants wants to be there, that 94% load factor for 24 hours.
Okay.
Now, so the moment you disrupt that by demand going down, or the shocks that are coming from other technologies, then we have seen that the operators are forced to vend steam. And so that is a research that also needs to be done. Yeah, thank you.
And now over to Mr. Mugambi, 2 areas where you think we should focus on in research and innovation.
Okay, thank you very much. So probably I'll start from a very profound presentation that was done here yesterday by some 2 young ladies. And it's really the application of the plenty renewable energy that Kenya has into other areas besides obviously, powering our, electricity distribution infrastructure. And the presentation that they had here was how, we can use the renewable energy available, particularly wind power, to desalinate water and avail water to communities within the Turkana area. And I found that very, very profound in terms of, thinking beyond the conventional power as we know it, to seeing what are the other ways, we can deploy this God-given renewable resource that we have, for example, to address the serious water scarcity issue that we have as a country. We are a water scarce country, yet, we are surrounded by, we have a ocean available to us, which can be desalinated. We see what Israel, what the Middle Eastern countries have done on desalination and, enabling them to have plenty of water. And, obviously they use mostly thermal power to do the desalination plants, but we have an opportunity to produce clean water that is green because it's produced from renewable sources. So other ways of deploying the renewable energy resources that we have to really better the lives of our people. I think that's one of the key areas of research. But a second one, and speaking from the perspective, obviously, of an investment space, is how do we address the issue of LPG access? And I know this is something that EPRA is very keen on. It's a key policy of the government of Kenya. And I know a lot is happening around the LPG space to bridge, access for households. But how do we drive innovations around LPG that enable or that help to address that initial cost? Because that is usually the biggest hindrance: the cost of the cylinder, the accessories, and the gas. Not many households in Kenya currently can afford, 5,000 shillings for a complete cylinder set with gas. So what are the innovations from a private sector point of view, even as government is doing its part on, providing the enabling framework, can we do? And we've seen innovations come out of this, for example, pay-as-you-go solutions. Now we are seeing movement towards metered LPG solutions, but I believe there's a lot more that can be done in terms of innovations in this space to help address this gap. I think you also did ask about, the area of EVs and all that. This is a key area, and I know, again, both private sector and the public sector, we've seen declarations from Kenya Power talking about, I think, setting up over 60 or so charging stations. We as a private company are doing our part in terms of setting up EV charging stations. We know we have partners with whom we are working on this. And I see as engineers, as Dr. Mutua has mentioned, a significant growth in terms of EVs in this country. The hindrance obviously has remained the charging infrastructure, but as we see more and more investments in the charging infrastructure, we can expect to probably double or triple the numbers that Daktari has just mentioned. We've seen a lot of innovations now coming out of China, around the EVs. The cost of EV cars has significantly come down. You can now, import a new zero mileage EV car for the price of, a 7-8-year-old import from Japan. So access to EV charging infrastructure is going to be transformational in terms of how, the transition to electric vehicles is going to happen in this country.
Okay, thank you. And back to you, engineer. In the rural areas, which areas do you think we should focus on in terms of innovative research, and give us proposals on how we can go about that?
Okay, thank you very much. For rural areas, let me even change a little bit and say we are having quite a number of IRADs in this country, and sometimes it used to be forgotten. But I can say now things have changed. As LELEC, we are able now to doing something area of our rural areas. We have done research on the biodiesel, and one of the challenges we have been seeing has been the feedstock. But I was surprised to see one person generating power using even biological waste. We are combining plastics, also biological waste, even some pampers for children, and all those things they are able to be used to generate power, to generate energy. So, and that diesel can land power station in rural areas. They are able to do many things. So some of these things we are also able to see from the oil from the plants. They are able to run their power station using it. And all these are in the rural areas. So these are the innovations we are trying to embrace. Regarding clean cooking in rural areas, there's a challenge of biogas, technology to see how we can be able to transport biogas, because you see most of them is limited in rural areas where there are farmers with the cows. But what about those who don't have cows and they may want to have it? So instead of talking about LPG, to supplement LPG, we can also look at using the biogas. The other areas we want to encourage rural areas is the use of the e-cooking. And e-cooking does not just to come from the grid. There's a research you are working with Strathmore and even under European Union whereby you are using the solar system for cooking, using electric pressure cookers. So these are things you can put them technologies in the rural areas, and using the solar technology with the improvement in the cost and also on the using the lithium-ion batteries, you are able to have a sustainable solar system which can be able to cook food even in rural areas. That is clean cooking. So I think these are quite a number of technologies which we are able to sustain in all these areas. But at the same time, we're also looking at e-waste management research. We can be having all this technology, but are we taking care of our environment? So we also want to work on the technology, how we can.
To policies that can be implemented, and as we look.
Okay, thank you very much. That's quite a packed question.
And as we look.
Okay, thank you very much. That's quite a packed question. I think having worked previously in public sector myself, closely with Daktari, I think Kenya and indeed many African countries are not short of researches that have been done that are very well thought out by institutions like KIPRA, you know, that are really well set out think tanks. So I have no doubt in terms of our capacity and ability to think innovatively, to document proper research papers. But definitely where we fail is at execution. And it's something that collectively we have to reflect on, this depth of knowledge that we have, and depth of research and innovations that have been documented but not implemented. And this is where I think the role of then private sector comes in, because a lot of this innovation, a lot of this research has been done largely obviously within the government setup, and I speak from, you know, policy research point of view. But we know the execution capacity lies with more with the private sector. And this is where really the role of PPPs comes in, you know, where the private sector then comes in to leverage and to ride on the innovations or the research and the policy research work that has been done by government to actually translate that into, you know, into executable ideas and frameworks. So I believe, you know, the solution lies in closer collaboration between public and private sector to translate some of these innovations into actions. But also, you know, the private sector also has its role to play in the area of research and innovation. And speaking from a private sector perspective, there's a lot that is happening from that perspective in terms of innovations. Just that you know, innovation at policy level is macro, so it's bigger. But definitely, even from the private sector, we have in terms of delivering solutions that can support government towards accelerating energy access. So in terms of what we can do more or better towards energy access, I think as a country, as Kenya, speaking from, you know, from the perspective of Kenya as a country, a lot has been done, but there's still opportunity for us to do more in terms of helping to address, you know, the challenge of financing. And this is speaking holistically now, because a lot of this solutions that are available are dependent on financing. And when we talk about financing for energy projects, especially coming from the oil and gas perspective, we are seeing dwindling financing because the West and the financing world is transitioning away from, or has moved away from financing oil and gas projects. So we must look creatively at ways of bridging the energy access, especially when it comes to oil and gas infrastructure, through innovative financing. We have a huge pool of social security funds that are available in this country that, if within the right structure and framework, can be channeled towards funding some of these infrastructure projects that we need as a country to bridge energy access. I think we need to drive innovations, we need to drive proactiveness, especially within our retirement funds space, to actually really look at funding the energy space, rather than we going out to look for money outside, which is coming with many strings tied and many conditionalities. Yet we have a huge pool of funds that is sitting with us in this country that, if channeled in the right way, can really help to accelerate this issue of energy access. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Over to you, Engineer.
Yeah, the issue of the dissemination of research finding is very critical. Here, me myself have been wondering, there are so many research done in the universities, and then they are just kept in the accumulated dustbin. Not in other countries, there are so many patents which are there. And if you can ask how many patents our Institute of Higher Learning produce, very minimal. And patent is one of the direction or way forward of incorporating what is research. But for us now, research into the policy has been an ongoing activity. Like when we did the research on the standards for renewable energy, and we were able to write our findings to the KEBS for them to incorporate them. So that's one of the ways so that they can be incorporated in the system in our Kenya State, because we're able to find some gaps, which are some studies which are there, and they are able to initiate the process. There's another area which I think is happening in Kenya. Everybody in government institutions, there's something called productivity. And for us, in our research area, there is something called, you must do the recommendation. How do you recommend implementation of the research recommendation? Because sometimes you do the research, you have many recommendations, they just stay there. But now your productivity is measured by how many research recommendations are implemented. And that one has to be through policy and many other areas across the sector. So that's something I can say the government is doing to promote research by having that there's a government agency responsible for the productivity, and that's the PC matrix. One of the PC requirements for government agency is to make sure those things are now productive. The other area is that LELEC, we are trying to cooperate, and I think not only LELEC, but we should have incorporation of institutions of higher learning. Like now we have written to many institutions of higher learning, even KIPLA, you have written to your organization, so that we can have a collaboration. We can see how we interact between the industry, academia, and government agency, so that we are able to discuss, have a way forward, so that the research you have been doing, or getting the way forward about our research, so that we can see the incorporate in our policy, so that we are able to move forward like other countries, whereby they are able to do many researches which are taken to higher level, up to commercialization level, not just in the book level. So this is why we are having as a LELEC, in case we have not got an institution, if you do some areas, we are working with all of them, DFEDs, universities, and all research institutions, so that we are able to disseminate the research finding and easily to collaborate to do the research together. We also emphasize on the issue of the publication of the research. When you do a research which is not publicized, it cannot really have an impact because people will not be able to see it. So we encourage publication of any research which is done as a way of dissemination, and also to be noticed for policy guidance. The other thing is there's a challenge of the budget allocation. Like when you see last year, this financial year, even I don't know whether the next year, these measures which are taken and whereby the budget for research and feasibility is really unfortunate for us as third countries. When you don't have budget for research, the research which on the biodiesel, we wanted now to have the plants, so many plants, so that we're able to test various technologies and various feedstock to see which is more effective. And when we come with the effective biodiesel system, we are able now to have generators running on this biodiesel, and they are able to improve on the energy access. So these are some of the things we're having the challenges of the budgeting for higher level, so that we are able to incorporate that. I also support the STI mainstream done by NACOSTI. I hope they are here. They have also been trying to promote science, technology, and innovations, which are all of them are geared to make sure that we are able to do research, disseminate them into the industry, and work together. So I can say there's a lot to be done when it comes to dissemination and linking our research findings into policy. That's even why some of us are here to present our research findings, so that EPRA can understand and push some of the agenda we are presenting, so that they are incorporated in the policy, so that can be able to be effective. Actually, a research which is not into the policy or which is not implemented is a useless research. So let us follow our developed countries, whereby they patent, they publish, they patent, they now incorporate into the market, they commercialize it, and become effective. No wonder you are seeing many technologies which are coming, EVs and all whatever. Where are we? Why come always in Africa we keep on following others? So it is high time we start disseminating research findings, make them into policy, and become practical, so that not just having papers, but they are not adding value to our lives. So that's my closing remark regarding this area, which is really demanding, and there's a big gap for us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer, for also combining with your closing remark. Now I give Dr. Mutua to give us the final word, and then we close with Mr. Mugambi. Thank you,
Hilda. I think for me, there's something we always discuss with Professor Ndasilva Stratimo on the triple helix approach. I mentioned about it yesterday also, where government, the academia, the investors, and also now we add the development partners, need to come together and work together, so that we can be able to come up with ideas and also innovate together. Because having worked in the public sector for most of my time, let me put it that way, my observation is that sometimes research, we have good research that is done, even from KIPRA, for example, and you may find that implementing some of these findings becomes a problem, because the policymaker may not be understanding why the findings and what will be the implications of the proposals that are recommended in various research. So working together, we can be able to raise awareness, both at the academia. And I like the idea of the students of Moi University who made a presentation yesterday. I think there was Atieno's. I think all of them has a name Atieno somewhere. And you see companies like Turkana Wind, for example, that are producing 300 megawatts. And these are some of the discussions they should be having with innovators, so that they can see how they can even have solutions to communities to access water and other services. And I think for me that is a challenge. Like, the academia is coming up with an idea that actually can change the entire community. And we have investors out there who have the energy and the technology. And if we are able to finance even such researchers, and they find themselves in a place where they can be invested or incubated and developed, that would be good. Secondly, funding of research, again, is critical. We need to increase funding in research. I also always push, I think, when we started at the EPRA Research Week, we used to do 3 papers, and mainly our work was online. We need to have a budget, but we had to showcase that the small papers we were doing were actually having impact, because some of those papers have been published in journals, in journal articles, and I can see even the quality of the papers that are being presented during this conference. Some of them will end up in journals. If the authors take the courage and submit them to peer-reviewed journals, I see some of them, actually, like what was presented yesterday, all of them can still go through. So funding for research is critical. so that also we can also help these young people go into publishing and letting their knowledge get consumed by others. Then the other issue I would like to encourage is I want to encourage the technical, staff, technical officers from the energy sectors, and not only on the energy sectors, but the other sectors, to embrace knowledge. I have a lot of colleagues who have a lot of knowledge and a deeper understanding on energy matters. But unless you let them talk, you probe them, talk, that knowledge you never get out. So, and I thank people like Kamweru who are also doing research that is practical, because we are out there applying the science that we are learning at the workplace into promoting academia work and promoting research. So I would like also to encourage a lot of our technical people within the energy sector to document these ideas. Knowledge management, again, is a critical thing. In April, we are also doing that so that we can store this information. All these papers we are producing here, we put them in our repository and in our website so that other people can be able to also access them. And then the other issue maybe I would like to mention is on in dialogue. We need continuous dialogue on the matters of energy, research and innovation continuously. For example, I think in the morning the ladies, Njoki, my colleague, was hosting a breakfast, Women in Energy. It is an initiative that was actually started by the former Cabinet Secretary for Energy, Madam Monica Njuma, who is currently the advisor to the President on matters of national security. And she is very passionate about women getting involved in energy, because I remember one time we had a meeting in Kawi House, and there was only one lady who was a CEO. And she was like, you mean all these men, when you go for a meeting, you just come with the fellow men? And she called for a breakfast. In fact, that is how it started. Us men, we didn't like it because now we are being excluded, of course. But she said, I want to have a breakfast with all women managers in the energy sector. And she hosted that breakfast. And what came out of it, actually, is that a lot of young people, young women have come up and realizing that they actually have a space within the energy sector. And so unless you have these dialogues on matters of research, innovations, even management, and I like the idea, there's a lady from Kengen, from HR, who spoke yesterday, and for me, she spoke to the hearts of the young people, the hearts of the Gen Zs. And I think even this space of when it comes to sharing knowledge, we need to embrace the young people, understand them. Yesterday, I understood that the Gen Zs have within 24 hours, there are certain times they are more productive. And I think the encouragement was like, ensure that you encourage yourself and engage them at that point in time when they are more productive. Okay. They are doing AI, Internet of Things. I think in the office, we have guys who are modeling, young people who are modeling things called Pythons. For me, Pythons, if you ask me, I may not understand, but I know it's a model that is changing a lot of things. So I think let's embrace dialogue, and as EPRA, we will continue to support research and innovation for the entire energy sector. And we are talking about energy and petroleum and the other nexus that we do have with other linkages of the economy, whether it is macroeconomics like taxation, whether it is the engineering and innovations, whether it is e-mobility, whether it is e-cooking, clean cooking and all that. We want to embrace all things and support the young people to embrace. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Last word from Mr. Mogambi as we invite the photographer to take us the last photo.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Elder. I think the reality of the fact that we are not short of innovations, we are not short of innovative ideas, but where we fall short of, obviously, is translating those ideas and innovations into practicable solutions. And I think there is a lot we in the energy sector can learn from the telecommunications space, because Kenya, as we know, is a global leader in the telecommunications space. We are a global leader, obviously, in the clean and green energy, energy space. But there's a lot that we can do in terms of bridging energy access. And the ideas are there, the researches have been done, as you know, Dr. Mutua and engineer here have attested, and I believe even you, Daktari, from Kipra perspective.
We are really sorry that We have a technical hitch in setting up the papers. So I'd request, because we have sat for a long time, to just stand up, all of us. Stretch a bit. Let's stand up, all of us. Stretch a bit. Stretch. Stretch. We can sit. We can sit. As they set up, I want to speak to something very I'm passionate about in power systems called grid reliability. As we, just the panel that went out discussed a lot on research and innovation and putting up systems. We need to encourage sources that have huge inertia because of stability. So as they set up, I think, engineer, before you speak, there is a conversation of coal capturing the carbon. Coal is a very good source of energy, has a higher inertia constant. So we need to encourage, now that we have a lot of coal in Mui Basin. I will stop there. Please, Engineer Kamweru.
Yeah, thank you. I'm given only 10 minutes to present a 24-slide document, so I will not be able to accomplish what I may want, but in a nutshell, we are talking of alternative poles to what we have in the grid. We have been using concrete and wooden poles, so we are looking for alternative because of many challenges we have been having using concrete and the wooden poles. So that has been the challenge. And we need a stable infrastructure in our grid system. So let me proceed. And I can say that there's in 2014 and 2022, the Kenya government spent about 158 billion to improve on our structure. And most of this was poles replacement. We have been having many poles replaced in our country, and it has been a cost to us, which is also extended to our customers. So we had to look for a way forward, how to address these issues as a government agency. So that's why we had to look for alternatives. So the available technology, you can see we have the wooden poles, the one I mentioned. We have the concrete poles in the middle, and now the technology we are proposing, which has been there but has not been promoted in our country, so that we are able to use the composite poles. What is it you are talking about? So this is the methodology we use. It has taken more than almost 10 years for us to do this study, because it's something you have to check things critically, because it's something in our grid, it must be safe. So this is what it is, the methodology. We have to go to Kenya Power, we have to do the KEBS and all that. So this study is based on scientific and based on all the areas. So I'm going directly to the findings of the study, which cover all. We had to look at the weight of the poles, mechanical strength of it. We had to look at the lifespan cost analysis and all the socio-economic benefit of this technology we want to be in place in our country. So what is it when I'm talking about composite pole? As you can see it, they look very smooth, and cylindrically it's the same size. And it has 3 components: the outer part, inner part, and the middle part of it. And the good part of it, it is using plastic and also using polymers and also using fiber. And the fiber can be from mangroves, can also be from bamboo, from the normal trees we have. So it's something that can be manufactured without affecting our forestation. So this one, technical features compared with others. You can see what we have been having, the problem of the wooden poles, and this is the concrete poles. They are all affected. So comparing all this, you could be able to see it's a lightweight. It is not prone to pest. It cannot be attacked. Like when you have your power pole in your place, it can be attacked by the pest, and then it can fall you, causing accident. So you can see all this is flexible. I was talking about when you hit this pole, it can go down and come back. That causes for a span of 80 years, and you are able to see within that one, you are able to have a lot of saving, more than 40% saving on that. That's a long-term analysis of it. So if you compare about the wooden pole, the cost for installation is about 100,000. This one concrete is 5,800. This one is about 500. We are able to do other with government agency responsible. We are able to see how, because we are doing some tests on them, and we are given about 100 poles, which are full of them to do the feasibility studies. So you can see even the weight of it. When you look at it, it's very 180 kg only compared with one which is 880. And when you use it in a vehicle so that you can be able to analyze it, same poles, you can see the number of poles it can carry composite with concrete poles. You can see you can have a lorry full of these poles compared with the other parameters. You are able to see all the horizontal load in kilonewton, vertical loads. It was able to bear them. And we also did to do the calculation of the strength to weight ratio. It was coming to a good ferry scale. You can see for that all the parameters which are done regarding the same. So mechanically it was able to come and get the recommended. And because you have the standards for the composite pole, it was within the poles and even within the poles for the conventional poles, wooden and concrete. So mechanically it was also viable. So, and they was also able to test the durability test. And these tests were done in a factory setup, and we were able to witness them. And so, and some of the pilot was also done. They have been even existing and they are working. So this is something which you are able to see the features about it. So all these are, they are ultrasound, they cannot be attacked externally because of the, like if you see the HDPU outer part, it is tensile, it can be able to decide, you can see 25 so Pascal, and also the thermostability, the temperature is not affected. Look at the wooden poles sometimes after they are prone to the weather, high temperature, they really get affected, and that's why they cannot serve the purpose. So all these are the some of the work of them and the feature which make them to be able to work well, and also the lightweight. So this is the pilot which was done at Ruai and also dry cotton saw. It was able there was no support for them. And you can see all of them have been viable. So it is something done using our grid. So that means it's not something that is new we are talking about here. So they have many socio-economical benefits of using these poles. And you can see, you can use the materials locally available. You can use the bamboo. People can, and you know bamboo can grow 3 times than the eucalyptus you have been using for wooden poles. So the rate of growth and replacement of them, they are more renewable, at least to be able to have them done. So you can see all this, they are able to promote local people. So we are not replacing the wooden pole. People have been complaining we are going to replace the wooden poles. But actually these poles are very useful in rural areas and where the grid has been having challenges like IRADs, where there are termites which affect the poles. There are some places you put a pole, within 3 months it's attacked by termites. So they are going to be reliable for these areas. So one of the areas we know a challenge is about creating awareness of these poles. We are having a challenge. People, you see, they are not comfortable. We are going to take our business and many is going to be stronger. But we are trying to assure them that they are okay. And that's why we need a lot of advocacy on them, even CABs to come because they have met the CAB standard and all that, so that we are able to talk together about them and see where we can use them to be able to sustain our grid. So these are the workshop I'm talking about, sensitization, which for them to be able to be used in our systems. So they are also used in another country. Unfortunately, in Kenya, we don't use most of them, but our neighboring countries are using them. So these are examples of the country which has been using them. Although in Kenya, LELEC has used them, yes, they are using them for projects within Kenya, we have bought them, but not the scale we may expect. So other countries, so these are the examples of them which have been used in Kenya. And we are using EcoPoles because this is where we are able to get the data. They are already at the site and they have been implemented. So all these are more than 5,000 have been sold by the company. The company is in Kenya, which is doing them, but they are selling them outside our country. How come we are not using as a factory we can be able to do that and other factory we can be able to do that and other? We have 2 companies doing that. And because of lack of the market, they may not have a higher scale of production, but they are capable of doing it. But we embrace them with EPRA support in the policy, so they are able to enhance them and they are able to encourage. That's why I'm saying we need this policy, mass adoption of the compost. It's high time in hardship areas and for the electrification project. So especially by LELEC, Kenya Power, and even private sectors. We need tax incentives to attract more investors in product. You know, the initial cost we have said is a bit lower, but the long-term effect is better, and the overall cost of replacing them. We also need further studies to consider predict approach based on the energy demand. How many poles do we need? So that we are able to do analysis using them, a long span, so that when you are calculating by this cost, leverage cost of power, we are able to incorporate them because they have a long term. They are going to reduce the effect of the reduction of the replacement of the poles. So this is what I wanted to present to you, and I'm looking forward for a placement of these poles in our grid system. They are there, but the therefore is a bit lower, and EPRA can support us when we have the policy directly regarding the same. Thank you.
One more round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. You have exceeded our time by 2 minutes. So the next presenter is Maurice Mbaluka from Kipra. He'll be presenting a paper on factors affecting power quality across counties. 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. This is Maurice Mbaluka. I'm presenting this paper on, when we are talking about access, we cannot talk access without considering quality, because we can connect everybody to the grid, but the quality is not there. In terms of quality, I'm talking about interruptions that we face. Quality, we customize this paper on within 2 forms, that is power losses and power interruptions. Power losses is which power is lost within transmissions and distributions. And when talking about power interruptions, these are the plant. We have the plant outages that Kenya Power plans now and then. Every day you are told that tomorrow we will not have power at this region, this region. And we have those which are unplanned. So we need to ensure that we don't face these interruptions now and then. So if our power is stable, we will be able to ensure that the economy is growing, because industries will not be complaining about power losses, and so on and so forth. So on an overview, we're trying to look at some comparators and some countries that are like Kenya and others that are good benchmarks. So if you look at power losses across different countries for the period between 2019 and 2023, we can see that we are still losing a lot of power. We have more than 20% power losses on average for all those years, compared to other countries which are doing much better. If we look some benchmark like Denmark, Singapore, such, they are doing much better. They have been very minimal power losses recorded than our country. But if you look at countries that are operating, which have similar grids like Kenya, like Ghana, Uganda, and so on and so forth, we can see their power losses are still high, but they are trying to maintain. So we can see we are not doing so good in terms of the losses that are recorded. So looking at power reliability, we see that we are recording power reliability in terms of 3 indices. That is the SAIDI, SAIFI, and KAIDI. So these are the interruptions, durations, the combination of the durations and the frequency within the country. So we are trying to see that if we have high interruptions or low interruptions, what happens and what goes on. So looking at, on average, looking at KAIDI, which combines both the duration and the frequency of power losses, we can see that we are, if you check data between 2019 and 2023, we are slightly higher compared to a comparison with other countries. You can see countries like Rwanda are doing much better. The interruptions the interruptions that they face, they take much more time to restore power to the households and so on. So the significance of this study is try to see what we can do to ensure that the grid is stable, and I think this paper is very much connected to what has been presented in the previous paper, because ensuring that the grid is stable, ensuring that the infrastructure is good, we will be able to ensure that we get good power quality. So the objective of this study was we want to see the trend, what has been happening within the country, and also to see, we focused on the investment side and also the system side. So the investment side, we just focused on the absorption rate. So we use this as a proxy. So we're trying to see what the government allocates and what is finally reported as utilized. So as what has been allocated to the energy sector been used 100%, or has it been used minimally? So that is what we factored in the investment side. And also on the system side, we factored out the circuit length, the generation capacity, and also the system demand. So, and all these ones, we connected them to the power quality, which we proxied with the interruptions that we face, and also the power losses. And all these ones will lead to show that are we growing economically or not. So the methodology, as I've just said, we are looking at the trend and also try to see that how those factors influence the connectivity. So if we look at the trends, the power losses within the country between 2017 and 2023, how has it been? So we can see that it has been fluctuating. In real sense, we should have seen that it has been reducing. The power losses should be the losses that are recorded should be reducing. But in real sense, we are still fluctuating above 20, which we are not doing so good. If you look at the interruptions, that is in terms of durations that we take to restore and the frequency of these interruptions, we can see that we are not also doing so good. We need some significant improvement. And we focus this because we started recording these interruptions from the year 2017. That is the time, as a country, we started recording the interruptions. That is the Saidi, Kaidi, and the Saifi. So looking at this investment and system indicators. So we can see that they all explain as factors that contribute to power quality. That is, in terms of the first variable, which is power losses. They are significant and highly explain the number of losses that we face. The same case when we correlated them with Kaidi, they also much explain, they are significant and they explain these power losses. So we need to ensure that the grid is well and also ensure that what is allocated is maximally absorbed. Maybe it is not maximally absorbed because of maybe some allocations come very late when the financial year is ending and there's no time to spend it, and so on and so forth. But if we focus and ensure that we invest very well in the grid, we ensure that if we invest very well, that will ensure that the infrastructure is well. So if those poles, if we invest very well in those, the poles that were being talked about right now, will not face these interruptions, because sometimes Kenya Power will plan these interruptions, we'll plan some interruptions based on what? They want to replace some poles and so on and so forth. So if we invest in infrastructure, we'll be able to go. So that summarizes all these recommendations, that ensure that what is allocated is well utilized within what was allocated for. Because if it's allocated, it means that there's that demand. So, and we need to utilize it maximally to ensure that we invest very well in this grid. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mbaluka. I will skip the presentation from South Africa and invite Engineer Dr. Charles Ndungu and Engineer Stephen Nguli to present a paper on a single wire earth return system to accelerate access of electricity in underground areas. Karibu sana, engineer. So I think you will split your 5 minutes between yourselves. One person can start and the other person can sit. So let's keep our questions because after the fourth presentations, we are going to do a Q&A. So please write down your questions so that we...
God is good. Yeah, I'm Dr. Gina Charles Dongo, and I work with Kenya Power. Today we are privileged to present to you a paper that we have able to carry out some study on a way we can able to accelerate universal access of electricity, especially for an currently where we don't have electricity. So first is to open up by looking at a very key important aspect, and this is what we call focus. So here we are focusing on how we are able to ensure that all Kenyans have electricity, and we have to maintain this focus so that we can able to achieve that as we are deciding to do that. So because of time, we are just going to look briefly at what was the pushing factor that made us stay, and in a way that is a more economical, because again, as we are aware, budget is also a constraint. So this is one area we were looking at in a way that we ensure that we're able to have all Kenyans have power. Just to look at current data we have is that at the moment, we have about 76% of Kenyans already have power, and this is equivalent to around 10 million Kenyans. However, we have estimate 3 million Kenyans, which is still, we have no power, and this is our focus, because we want to ensure that everyone has power by 2030. So we also looked at constitute more than half that we have. However, of a very critical is the northeastern and Mount Kenya, where we find that currently the demand is about 13%, but when you look at the constitute of 22%, meaning we looked at what are the possible solutions that we have, and we've realized that one way is to extend the grid. Network, which currently stands like 300,000 equivalent distance from here to the moon. So that's a quite fast network. Again, also we looked at the current off-grid power stations. We have about 30 of them at 10 billion. And this will go toward developing 113. So we realize that by 2030, the government has put a lot of resources to ensure that that is achieved. So we have now what we are trying to advocate use of single earth wire return, and this is whereby we have distribution transformer. So instead of having the traditional way of having the, 2 wires or 3 wires, or when you use that kind of a setup. So basically, this is not a very new technology. It has been there. It's only that it has not been so much adopted, and we really would wish to see this one happening frequently in our country. So I wanted to invite my colleague, whom we have been working together, just to take you through the methodology we deployed and the results that we're able to achieve.
Work in power systems. And in relation to this, we carried out our study on the zinc wire return. We started working on it in 2015. And got the material, but when the material broke the technical challenge, the financial challenges, and we came up with the 4 projects which we have been studying. They are there. We have the first one in Baria Mwathi, in Moranga, where we end one isolating transformer, and and the 18 distribution transformer isolating and 18 distribution. We also did a new in Kitui, which end 1 isolating and 3 distribution, and we end the one in Kamugongo, northeastern, which end 1 isolating and 1 distribution. So as you can see there, we are showing how the transformer looks like. That is the isolating. We're interested in finding how stable the grid is. The standard says that we should have certain parameters of the having values which were there. We have been We have been monitoring the having values on it for around Sunday and very rocky, and we wanted to see how to make the having at least good or within the required limits. So within those ones, you can see we did it for quite some time, and those are the findings we got. About 3 years, we found it and gone down, and we had to recommend for improvement, which was also done. That's true. So it's a very interesting transformer. Then that's about the findings we got, and the first test and second test, and within the transformer. That's what we got and how we came about with it. We also looked at the economic viability of the system. We worked out the new one together. It was a total of 7 kilometers. You can even see the reference number used to work out. And then we were able to look at the two costings, the financial part of it, and we use a single phase to wire. And you can see the costings are all shown there, detailing every item of the construction and design work to be done. Then on cost analysis, we were able to find that the single wire return can give us at least 50% cheaper. We were doing the conventional type, and therefore we were able to, that was on the financial part. And then we were able to look at the power quality. Since 2018, the schemes are working and they are supplying quite a number of customers. Like we have the one for Kamugongo, which supplies a whole market, a secondary school, a primary school, and several customers. All of them are doing the same work and they are very stable. The only challenge is they depend on the primary distribution network. If it has challenges, the challenges will be transferred to the same network. So it's very reliable and it's able to serve many customers with half the cost. If I have 1 shilling, I'll be able to supply the same number of customers on the HT side. The gain is only on the HT side, which is very expensive when our sister companies are doing the work. Then, as I've said there, we end the challenges of earthing, and it was simply we are doing to avoid vandalism because we are using the earth at the return. So we worked on it by several technologies, which I made sure, and it has been very stable. We are fearing vandalism. If you show any copper wire or any other material, mostly they are vandalized. But now we have been able to overcome that and they will not be vandalized. I've shown like the posts we developed with our manufacturers of concrete posts, and the earthing is below the ground and it won't be visible. And I've shown both the distribution and the isolating transformers, they are there, part of our findings. And in conclusion, we are saying solar can be used as a catalyst to increase access to electricity in the rural areas. I've just shown some of the works we have done. I've said there on the policy, what we like the government to do is to do the funding, to assist in funding, to have a policy on funding those areas which are like the best advantaged, and also the policy to develop it to areas which are far from the grid. We have also noted that it can do quite a long distance and supply the customers where it's very far from the grid and they have less costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Nguli. You have taken 3 more minutes. We encourage the next presenter. I think the next presenter is online. She's called Naniki Nzunza from South Africa. She's a grid engineer at the Mainstream Renewable Energy, I think, corporation in South Africa. So our technical team, please prompt Engineer Nzunza to present paper. She has 10 minutes. So let's give our questions. I know we have been writing the questions down. We'll have a small Q&A session after this paper to ask presenters. I think we'll ask 3 questions maximum to each presenter. So please, yes. Technical team, please. In Kenya, we say karibu, so welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I am just checking if you are able to see my presentation.
We can see you.
Let's try
Not
again.
the presentation.
All right. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you this morning. Okay, let me just get that right. I will be talking about unlocking grade codes in the South African context, or rather in the African context, looking at how we can harness, and if you will allow me, I notice that I have some issues with bandwidth, then I can just switch off my video. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm just trying to switch off my video. All right. So my topic is on unlocking grade codes, and particularly with the impact of access into the African landscape, as well as the learnings that we can gain from at least the study that I have embarked on. So I will be covering slides is not progressing. There we go. A view on understanding grid codes, the study methodology that I looked at, and some research findings, as well as provide recommendations on what I've looked at. I think yesterday around the issue that we have, that our current situation that we would have in the respective countries, and the column here is talking about the duration of some of these blackouts. In the case of Turkey, for instance, it was just more than seven hours. And in terms of some of the causes that were highlighted, most of them were emanating from multiple contingencies, that is failure of critical either transmission equipment or failure of generation units, which were leading to issues of instability on the system, instability with the generating, then leads to frequencies. Similarly, with Texas in 2021 was a big one where there was power loss for more than 2 weeks. I think that was probably the most extreme one to date, at least from the data that I've looked at. And also similarly, there were issues with system frequencies with a number of units that were lost. And what you will see is most of these nations have quite a high share of renewable integration into their grids. The recent one that we know is Spain, which happened, Spain-Portugal, which happened in the last month, where Spain particularly was without supply for more than just close to a day, 24 hours. And some of the reports, obviously, a lot of this is still speculation and investigations are still being done. But what we know is there were a number of frequency oscillations on their grid, even leading to the event, the incident. And obviously this led to them losing synchronism with their neighboring countries, being France, as well as Portugal. So my focus in the study is really just looking at what are the lessons we can learn from some of these nations, particularly when it comes to integration of renewables, as well as when it comes to grid code resilience in ensuring that our systems are resilient to some of these extreme events on the system, some of which are also related to weather. And maybe the last one is casting the net closer to home, the Zambia-Zimbabwe incident. And we know, I think in Africa, yesterday I was looking at some of the reports around Nigeria, and the reason for that I will go into later, where, for instance, in 2024, there was an incident where the population was without supply, where a part of the population was without supply for just over three days, also due to generation imbalance. So why grid codes? I think it's mainly from the fact that we have known our power system to be primarily run on coal-fired power stations. I think earlier someone made a mention of that. And these generating units generally have what we call natural inertia because of the rotating mass and the way in which they provide that synchronism on the grid. And these are also self-regulating, which is contrary to renewables, which are inverter-based, where from what we are seeing now, there is a need, particularly for our planners as well as our operational staff, to gain a new skill set in how to operate the network, and in this case, in how to ensure that our grid codes are compatible to what we are introducing onto the network. Also, one thing that was also identified was the fact that there is probably a need for enforcement of grid codes within or across Africa, and that we can gain on harmonization in what we learn from what we call the global South Africa, as well as the East African power pools, or the Southern African power pool, as well as comparing that to Europe, inclusive of ERCOT and Denmark. As mentioned, what we know from the traditional coal-fired fossil-based hydros and the likes are that they do provide that natural inertia because of their rotating mass, and this also provides not only inertia, but it also provides voltage stability on the power system. Now, when we introduce inverter-based resources, the likes of solar, the likes of wind power plants, these are not tightly coupled to the power system when we, for instance, run the grid on 50 hertz and that, and they then tend to introduce low inertia as well as voltage instabilities. Obviously, from a developer and the technology perspective, there are things that, for instance, emerging markets are looking at in how they can increase and mitigate on these cons, so to say. So they also introduced harmonics. They introduced ramp rate issues, particularly where we know in the African continent, from a transmission grid perspective, we still have weak grids. We have lines that run over long distances, and that contributes to the weak grids phenomena. And in some cases, I think what we've seen is where we would need to, there is interest for introducing these renewables. You would find that there is a need for grid strengthening to ensure that these plants are connected. Looking into the research methodology, the study looked at qualitative as well as a comparative case study, looking at literature review and as well as reviewing some regulatory documents that were available. I looked at the national and regional grid codes, in this case, South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria, within the power pools I mentioned earlier, with learnings and best practices from the likes of Denmark, as well as ERCOT in Texas. Some regulatory bodies, IRENA and IEA, were also looked at in best practices as well in terms of setting up grid codes. So these are the areas that were looked at, and from a comparative analysis, special focus was mainly on voltage and frequency limits, on low voltage right through, as well as on reactive power, and to some extent, communication requirements for connecting these grids, with the focus on looking at code maturity and how grid codes can be enforced, as well as compliance levels in these nations that were assessed. So from a comparative analysis and the specific clauses, if I can say, on grid codes, areas that are of importance is voltage right through, in terms of as you to ride through any loss of critical infrastructure on the system. Are they able to provide reactive power support in cases of high voltages on the system or in cases of low voltages on the system? How are they supporting frequencies? As, for instance, you lose some of your synchronous generators, that's now your traditional power stations, coal-fired power stations, hydros and the likes, and you get a frequency dip. Will renewables support your frequency and not exacerbate the situation? What are the protection requirements that you need to ensure that these plants have, whether it's that they need to trip, in this case, within these 5 nations, there is categories in which you would have plants.
You have 2 minutes.
I have 2 minutes. Yes. So points where your plants can connect on the grid will be highlighted in the grid code. In terms of key technical requirements, so these are the parameters that each of the nations would have, and then the differences between the two were highlighted, with some what was noticed was, for instance, with the South African grid code, there is huge comparison to what is in the Denmark grid code. And I think there is lessons that can be learned there. And if I take it home regarding policy recommendations, I'm seeing that there's a possible harmonization that we can do, obviously with the mind that there is still studies that will need to be done within the differing power pools, as well as the nations, the countries, to ensure that within your specific region there is grid stability studies that will need to be done. Audits and real-time compliance monitoring needs to be done. And for instance, in the South African case, we do 6-yearly monitoring of our grid code compliance, both on desk as well as on field. Obviously, as we are evolving on the power system, there is a need for modernizing technology. Also ensure that we strengthen regulatory capacity and technical expertise, particularly also from a public-private collaboration, ensuring there's engagements with our OEMs, with APPs, grid codes. And really the message that I'm driving home is, as we are integrating all these renewables, how secure are our grids to ensure that we don't end up seeing some of these massive blackouts that we're seeing of recent as the Spain case. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for Naniki. Thank you so much. Now we go to our first Q&A session, and I want the first round of questions to the 4 presenters, Engineer Kamweru, Morris, Naniki Nzunza, and Ndungu and Nguli. So from the audience, please, let's have questions to the 4 presenters.
Okay, my name is Caleb from a community-based organization known as Light of Hope Away from Home, based in Mathare. We are working in different formal settlements in Nairobi, Mathare, Kibera, Babadogo, and others. So my biggest question is to the team from the Kenya Power. In your presentation, you have talked more about on vandalism of essential equipments from the Kenya Power, like copper and the rest. We are still coming across some installation of wood to, even the Kenya Power needs to transit completely on the concrete poles. how soon will this happen? Because they are still there in our community and they are dangerous, especially when it comes to rain days. So can we transit completely, especially you can map out some areas like Nairobi, the cities where all the poles should be transited completely on concrete and we do away with the poles. When it comes to application of the power, especially at the rural area, there's still a lot of corruption that is going there. You find a one pole might cost you 5,000. And if you go to some other areas, you find there is a free connectivities of electricity. So do we have a charter, working charter of the Kenya Power when it comes to connection of power? I rest my case.
Thank you. Next question. Yes, Maxwell.
Yes, thanks, Engineer. I have a question to Maurice Baluka, and then the two gentlemen, engineers from Kenya Power, and finally to Engineer Kamweru. So for Maurice, just to ask, I think he could clarify whether the title was about power quality, factors that affect power quality in counties. But then a lot of discussions were on reliability indices, Kaidi, Saifi, Saidi, which is okay. So the question is, to what extent do you think that you treated the factors affecting power quality in counties? My expectation was an engagement around frequency, voltage, and these kinds of things. Perhaps you could speak to this again. Engineers from Kenya Power, very nice presentation. Thank you very much. Even Maurice, I think I enjoyed the presentation. Engineer from NINES, at a faster pace than was expected, and perhaps questions about, and he did say that the problems are on the parent feeder, but could there be issues referred back to that parent feeder because of and general safety in a manner to help us understand why this has not been uptaken? And then also the cost difference if we are talking about, say, a conventional three-phase systems. I think, I hope it's clear.
Thank you,
finally, Engineer, for Engineer Kamweru, because I did mention, he could also just let us know, because he's one of the biggest consumers of wooden poles and concrete poles, how much have they utilized the composite poles at REREC, and what are the issues? Why are they not able to use if they have not? I thank you very much.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. My name is Frederick Asitwa from Clean Cooking Association of Kenya. One of my questions has already been pointed out by Engineer Maxwell about the composite poles. The second question, again, still to Engineer Kamweru, is there a mechanism or a waste management kind of plan on the end life of these composite poles after they have been used? Thank you.
Yes.
Joel, there's an additional question on this side.
Thank you so much. My name is Ruben. I'm from Afriman. My question is, because I'm seeing the trend is towards renewable energy, is it possible for innovations to be made so that the traditional power grids can be integrated into the renewable energy to reduce the cost of infrastructure, that is for installation of renewable energies? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll stop there.
I'm here, please.
So we stop there, and then we allow the presenters to answer. Then I'll take one more round. So on vandalism at Cape of existing infrastructure, the wooden poles, Engineer Ndungu, maybe you can respond to that.
Okay. Thank you for that question. Maybe what I would say is that currently the company is working toward doing underground cable, especially within the city, to ensure that we eradicate the overhead network, and this will go in a way that we are going to eliminate now the vandalism of that have been happening, especially in the areas that has been mentioned. So this is an area that company is working very hard to ensure that at least in the urban center, we have underground cable. Again, as we have mentioned also, there's concrete poles which are already integrated with earth, and this one is still able to combat the vandalism of earthing wire. On the issue of the corruptions, again, I will say that we have a standard way in which all the projects are evaluated, and we have a charter, Kenya Power have a charter that define each stage of the application, the time it's supposed to undertake. Unfortunately, outside there are many other players, and sometimes they sneak in and give the wrong information. But our constructions are standardized, and the costs are standardized across all the regions, regardless whether you are in rural, in urban, application fee are the same. I'd like to give my colleagues to this.
No, that's okay. You can still address the question on the slow uptake of SWER.
I want my colleagues just to respond to that.
No problem. Yeah. We are racing against time, so we may not have to answer the same question, the two of us. So maybe you can address the slow uptake of SWER. The technology has been around since 1920, 80s, and there is very slow uptake of this single wire earthing system.
Okay, thank you. I think the slow take of SWER has been the technical part. Like when the earth is vandalized, it will be very dangerous to have the system. And I think since 2022, every year, the company injects 200 million towards that project. And for this year, we are having 26 projects being completed. Last year, we had 15 being completed, and we still have money for it. That's why we are asking the government, as a matter of policy, also to chip in and increase that uptake. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Kamwere, Engineer Vantas. Vantas, you have two questions.
Okay, thank you.
On the composite poles.
Yeah, thank you,
You'll also address the mechanism of waste management from the composite poles. And I think you'll also address the issue of integrating, now that REREC deals with renewable energy, the integration of the renewable energy systems with existing the existing traditional grids. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, for the first question, Engineer Max, thank you for your question. Actually, LELEC has now procured about 1,000 composite poles. And we also continue procuring more because of the challenges we have undergone. The same poles are also being procured by private investors here in Kenya. So there are quite a number of projects, so they are coming up. The only thing is the issue of the initial cost a bit higher, and if you can have some government supporting it, subsidy, like what somebody is talking about in some area where there is congestion, they can save the issue of the risk. The question from Frederick Etea, the issue of the waste management plan. Okay, these poles their intended lifespan is about 80 years. But all the same, if you look at their composition, if you see the inner part, it is PUE, and which is a polymer. And the other one is PDE, which is also a plastic. All of these are recyclable. That's the good part of it. You can recycle them when you use them. So there's no challenge on that, on the issue of the waste management. And likewise, you have used the metals and others. Thank you. The other one is about integration of the renewable energy to the grid. Okay, I can say Kenya is about to finalize. I think this April is organizing this event. I think the issue of the mini grid policy and regulations is something very important. And as you have been doing many renewable energy projects using the mini grids, but there's no problem. Sometimes we connect a school with renewable energy systems and then the grid comes. There's no challenge in that. So it's a matter of using the regulation to link up the renewable energy project, the captive power in off-grid areas with the grid. And with the regulations which are there to guide us, that one is going to be really okay, because the moment the grid comes here, you are able to, Kenya Power can take over the mini grids and then the grid is run by Kenya Power, but you also can sell your mini grid. So we are able to do that. You're able to connect them, and there's a regulation for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Kamwere. Last but not least, Morris, the choice of your topic, you focused more on reliability rather than quality. Maybe you can just clarify in 10, 15 seconds.
Okay, thank you. What I can say is this is a big policy paper that captures three aspects. The reliability aspect focuses on Kenya, and also it captures a reliability aspect focusing on counties, and also a comparative analysis between Kenya and other counties. So we chose to discuss the issue of the reliability and power quality because it's more focused to the energy access theme. So that's why we focus. But also there is also a discussion around counties, which is not, which we did not discuss within this conference, but it also focuses on all the issues and also captures the weather issues, the plant outages that we see. We see that if you can check, a lot of plant outages happen in the urban areas. There's a lot of plant outages within Kenya as compared to Mandera, Wajir, and the rest. Yeah, so we chose to do the discussion of reliability and quality within this context. Thanks.
Thank you. I think they are interlinked, interlinked at the hip, yeah? Yes. Thank you. I just want to take 2 questions more. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. I think we have almost 3/4 of the young people in this room. And when you read that the theme of this conference is about research and innovation, my concern is about, I wanted just to know who is behind this composed word poles. We know the history of this Kenya Power. When we talk about concrete, we know who is behind it. We want to see, I want to know who is behind the composed poles, because in this conference, we know it's belong to the young people. So we need to know, are they this composed poles belong to the young people who are here, or somebody outside this conference? Thank you very much.
Thank you. One more?
Aye.
Yes. That's the last one.
No. I'm on the floor. Okay.
So we take only those 2. The other people who have questions, the panelists are still here with us. We can still ask them at a personal level those questions because of time.
Yeah.
Yes?
Okay. I'm Evan Savedi, and thank you, the panelists, for the great presentations. I know a lot goes into research, and coming up with this data is not easy. My question, or somehow a concern, goes to the single wire earth return system team that was presenting on underserved counties. Very great data, but my concern is the data that was presented is not from underserved counties. In terms of research, why didn't you do a pilot study in an underserved county so that we can actually be confident here that the data you are giving us can be easily replicated in the underserved counties? Then I think my other question has slightly been responded by the team, which was actually why this lower intake, yet 75% of underserved counties, actually 75% of Kenya, geographical Kenya, is yet the underserved counties still have very minimal energy access. I think those are my concerns.
Thank you. Quickly, I will not take more questions. Just answer, I don't know, that first question is not really technical. Who is behind or the manufacturing of this? I think that's the question. Who is behind the, so maybe Kamwere?
Hello? Okay, can you hear me? Thank you. Yeah, there's a question, who is behind the composite poles? That's an interesting question, but I can answer you this way. This is an investor who saw opportunity, and he was doing it for Africa, actually, and launched a factory actually we have a factory in Limuru, so it is not a Kenyan. So it's a business opportunity, somebody saw it. So it's not a Kenyan, it's from a country outside Kenya. So nobody in Kenya is involved with this or behind it. So what I can tell you is just a private investor outside Kenya.
Thank you.
But if you can have local ones, they can also start it. Thank you.
On the swear, please.
Okay, thank you. On the swear, I wish to say that as we talk, we have projects in Garissa, projects in Kitui, and projects in Kwale, which are now encompassing this. I said in the beginning, we had the challenges of the technology. To overcome the technical challenges, we could not proceed further. We have a lot of equipment which are going to that. So the other challenge was financing, which we are now addressing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think let us clap for the presenters once more. Thank you so much. I think we have come to the end of that session. So I want our break before we continue. Please. Sami and Ken, please. Technical team, please set up those two presentations so that we take a very short time in organizing the, we move smoothly. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ways. Yes. Ways, Ken? I think we'll start. The presentation which is going to be made by Engineer Sami Karapia is Road to Universal Electricity Access using Coal Integrated Gasification Combined Cycle Technology. So Sami, I think Sami will start. So technical team will start with the Sami's paper.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. My name is Sami Karapia. I'm here to present a paper on promoting utilization of coal for power production of clean coal technology. So before I start my presentation, just turn to your neighbor and tell them beautiful, clean coal is here to stay. Thank you. So Kenya imports an average of 2 million tons of coal annually at an estimated cost of $120 million US. Data from the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum shows that in Mui Basin we have coal reserve estimates of 400 million tons from Block C only. Now, compared to other existing fossil fuels, coal offers a low cost, reliable energy sustainable for industrial development. Environmental and regulation concern limit exploitation of the locally available sustainable with minimal amount of emissions. So, despite the country having large coal reserves, we find that we are importing an estimated amount of 2 million annually. This is research that we, coal department from EPRA, were able to conduct and find out. Now, there's a public perception about coal that it has high levels of emissions and therefore it should be discouraged from being used. One of the challenges that we are facing in utilizing this resource is that we have inadequate regulation and infrastructure for adoption of clean coal technologies. Now, this is a hindrance for us utilizing the resource. There is need for sustainable and viable energy integration into the national grid to increase energy access. Our comparison with South Africa, which does 60 gigawatts, and we are at a capacity of 2,300 megawatts. We need to find a way that we can increase our capacity in a cost-efficient way to encourage investors to come into this country and do more production. So the principal objective of my research was to investigate through experiment for factors for ease transition to coal energy production with minimal amount production of CO2, which is carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen oxide. To achieve this, the specific objectives that will helped me to get to that was to carry out proximate analysis of imported coal. Now, coal that is apparently being used in this country comes from South Africa and Tanzania. That is where the bulk of the coal used in the cement and steel industry is coming from. So to compare, the second objective was to compare between integrated proposals we adopt because of what we'll see as we discuss ahead. And currently, most of the industries are using what we call pulverized coal. So what is the cost analysis between the two? And finally, to analyze the existing gaps in the regulatory sector. Why is it that it is a challenge for us to adapt this particular technology? So the literature review mainly covered aspects on proximate analysis. Basically, the components found within coal are the sulfur content, the carbon dioxide, the nitrogen oxide, all the what we call calorific value, the amount of heat that is dissipated when you burn coal, the cost implication, and finally the regulatory frameworks. My case study was on Kusile plant in South Africa, which does 4,800 megawatts. So if we are to move to the next step, then I think we should be in a position to borrow a leaf from what our neighboring or African countries are doing. Now, some of the technologies that are currently being applied in the coal sector, we have fluidized bed combustion, integrated gasification combined cycle, flue gas desulfurization, selective catalytic reduction, which is what is being used in the Kusile plant in South Africa, and low nitrogen oxide burners. Now, in details, I did review the integrated gasification cycle, IGCC. So basically, you're burning coal in a gasifier, and you end up with two products. One of them is syngas and slag. Basically, syngas contains hydrogen gas and carbon monoxide with small amounts of methane. So the technology that is being discussed, the IGCC in particular, ensures that or tries to capture the CO2 that will be emitted in the process. Now, by this, we ensure that, okay, you're using coal as a source of energy, but at the end of the day, you're in a position to control the amount of CO2 emission that is happening. So the image shows the gasification process. Basically, you use coal as your feedstock, and you end up generating electricity. Now, methodology that was applied, quantitative method, was basically to analyze coal quality. So I was, from the research, I was in a position to get samples from what is currently being applied in the industry. And for the Kenyan coal, I used the secondary data, which is from the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum. So the samples were analyzed at Kirdi. What I basically analyzed is the proximate analysis. Now it's from the proximate analysis that you're able to identify which type of gasifier is to be used if we as a country are to adopt this particular technology. So the methodology approach is as described. Now the main focus is transition to clean energy production using coal. So what are the factors or the parameters that influence this particular movement? We find, we have the coal quality, energy technology, emission mitigation, the costs, and regulatory frameworks. Now, if we are to move the coal approach, those are the factors that influence the research. So from my data analysis and findings, as displayed on the graph, the main components that I was observing is the ash content, the net calorific value, sulfur content, VCM, volatile matter, and the moisture content. So the type of gasifier that you are to use is highly influenced by those parameters. Now, I had various samples from Tanzania, South Africa, and secondary data from Kenya. Now, comparing the samples of coal from the various countries, we have South Africa, Tanzania, and Kenya. The ash content is, Kenya is the red, we have South Africa, and finally Tanzania, among the various parameters being compared. So, finally, the last analysis was on the various costs. How much will it cost when you're carrying out, when you're implementing, when you're using coal as a source of energy by using the various technologies? So it's from the above graphs that I was able to come with this analysis. Now, from the quality parameter bar graph, it's clear that the Kenyan coal is mainly subbituminous type of coal. The second bar graph shows that Kenyan coal, the coal that we have in this country, is similar to what we have from our neighboring country, which is Tanzania. And the bar graph, that bar graph shows that although IGCC is has a high cost implication, but it reduces emissions by 46%. So in conclusion, what am I, or what did this research guide me to? From the proximate analysis, we find that the coal currently in this country is mainly subbituminous. So in this case, we can use a shell gasifier. And then the particular technology being discussed here, which is integrated gasification cycle, has the capacity to reduce emissions by 46%. And then one of the things that is making us lag behind, maybe in terms of adoption of this, is absence of clear guidelines for adoption of clean technologies. So yes, we as the authority regulate coal, but do we have regulations in place that will encourage the adoption of these particular clean technologies? So recommendation is one, adoption of clean coal technologies, policies and regulatory frameworks can be put in place by the Ministry of Energy and IPRA. The second recommendation is to stakeholder engagement. Let's have systems and structures in place that will allow us to use this resource that by having community engagement, stakeholder engagement, and other government agencies. And finally, encourage research and innovation in coal technologies through the Ministry of Trade and Innovation. Turn to your neighbor and remind them, beautiful, clean coal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sami. You took 3 more minutes. I felt the presentation was more interesting, so you are able to steal our time. Nonetheless, Kennedy Ogana, karibu for make your presentation. I think we didn't have a question for the South African engineer. Maybe if someone has one question, we can ask in the next session.
Thank you, Engineer Suter. Good afternoon, everyone. First, my name is Kennedy Ogana. I'm a surveillance officer at the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. And I'm here to present on the topic on leadership and execution of strategy in the energy sector parastatals. Just waiting for them to at least upload the project so that we can all be at par. But before, even if they have not presented the project, I would say that in the energy sector parastatals, we have both the petroleum section, but we also have the energy, but I was mainly focused on the energy sector parastatals, which includes Kenya Power, Rural Electrification, NUPEA, GDC, KETRACO, and KenGen, and among all, the regulator, which is Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. And we know energy is the backbone of the economy of the country. And even when it comes to achievement of the Vision 2030, and also for us to be able to achieve the government Big Four agenda, specifically we must ensure that we have effective implementation or execution of strategy in these parastatals. Thank you. So just to give us a brief background, I've told you that my topic is on leadership and the role of leadership in the execution of strategy in the energy sector parastatals, and how effective execution of strategy will also help us. I wanted at least my project will break some ice because we've been talking about the technical terms and how we can promote accessibility of energy. But we can only access energy or promote accessibility of energy if there's proper leadership and there's proper execution of strategy, because many parastatals, as per the government requirement, we must develop our strategic plans. And unless we implement them or execute them effectively, we will not be able to provide accessible energy to the common mwananchi. This one is despite by the fact that substantial investments and reforms have been taken within the ministry. Even when you check Kenya Power projects, we check the KETRACO projects, the implementation have failed because of execution failures and widespread, maybe manifested in delayed projects, operational efficiencies, and persistent power outages. But I would want to say that there has been globally studies undertaken to understand the implication of leadership on the execution of strategy. There's also some research that have been undertaken in sub-Saharan Africa, and more so in Kenya. We have some few empirical studies that have been explored on how leadership affects strategy execution, but not much has been done in the sector of energy sector parastatals. So this study sought to fill that gap of offering practical recommendations to improve strategy execution and build leadership capacity in Kenya's energy sector parastatals. Our problem statement, my problem statement was to at least fill that gap of, and address the study gap. But first and foremost, I've given a background of the challenges of strategy execution in the energy sector parastatals, and the leadership gaps such as weak accountability, poor communication, and also bureaucratic rigidity and long process of approvals also hinder the execution of strategy in the energy sector parastatals. So that is why I came up with this research, at least to bridge that gap. And research purpose was to investigate how leadership influences or affects strategy execution in the energy sector parastatals, which forms my main strategy in the energy sector parastatals. I had the 4 questions which will be answered. So the significance of this study was one, will benefit the government, the regulators, and policymakers in the energy sector parastatals by assisting in changing policies in regards to strategy execution. Also, effective strategy execution in the energy sector parastatals provides empirical evidence on how different leadership styles, skills, and support, and even ethical leadership can influence execution of strategy. And lastly, it will also contribute to scholarly literature, and it will also be used by researchers for further studies. The scope, it was limited to the study topic, which was the leadership and execution of strategy, and it was also limited to the 4 variables as they remain unresearched in the context of execution of strategy, and also the energy sector parastatals, which with their location, the energy, Gawi House, Kasneb Towers, Stima, and also at Cool Africa Center, Upper Hill. So the limitations were on the topic and objectives, and suspicion on the motive of the researcher. Now on to the theoretical framework. This study was guided by about 3 models. One of them is the path goal theory, which was developed by Robert House in 1971. And the theory underscored the need for leadership behaviors that support clarity, alignment, and also empowerment in strategy execution, a critical gap by providing empirical insights into leadership and strategy execution in the energy sector parastatals. The methodology used was, I employed research, the descriptive research design, and also the target population was all the 9 energy sector parastatals, excluding the Ministry of Energy, which functions primarily in policy formulation and oversight rather than strategy implementation. And also the target population included about 93 senior managers. And with this, the sample given, I employed the census survey so that all the population would be captured in ensuring that a comprehensive representation of institutional leadership is captured. Data collection was done through structured, I used both primary and secondary data, but primary data was collected through structured questionnaires and were collected through a structured close-ended questionnaire designed using a 5-point Likert scale and also a data sheet. And more so I depended on the data sheet from the Ministry of Energy, from the energy sector parastatals, EPRA, KPLC, KenGen, REREC, KETRACO, GDC, and the rest. And the data was analyzed using social statistical version 2024. And also it was also analyzed both descriptive statistics using correlation analysis and also multi-regression analysis. And the results, I know we've not captured on the conceptual framework. I also used the 4 variables, which is leadership skills, leadership styles, leadership support, and ethical leadership. And the dependent variable was execution of strategy to measure the performance of these energy sector parastatals. And they were measuring with 3 constructs, which is, I used a customer satisfaction survey, productivity index, and also return on investment. So in terms of results, the correlation analysis as was conducted to establish the strength of relationship between independent and dependent variables. Results shows that there is a strong, positive, significant relationship between leadership style and strategy execution, but at a rate of 56.3%. But you realize that leadership support is very key in execution of strategy because they contribute a lot in terms of resources, capacity building, and also in terms of analysis and also showing direction and even decision making. So it is very key. That is why there's a strong positive, significant relationship between leadership support and strategy execution at 80.2%. So the statistics is as shown. So when you come to leadership styles, there's also with an aggregate mean score of 4.2% and standard deviation of 1.2, the findings confirm that the leaders in the energy sector parastatals adopt the leadership styles that enhance strategy execution. So we've done all that, and also the regression analysis revealed that leadership support has the highest beta coefficient, indicating it is the strongest predictor of strategy execution among the 4 variables. Ethical leadership, though positive, showed a comparatively weaker effect on strategy execution, but it is very key because we need to promote ethical behavior within the energy. This study has established that leadership plays a key central role in the effective execution of strategy. Leadership support emerged as the most influential driver of execution outcomes, followed by leadership style, leadership skills, and ethical leadership. Strong leadership fosters clarity, accountability, and essential ingredients for strategy execution. Recommendation: leaders will reduce rigid bureaucracy and excessive approvals to encourage creativity and faster decision-making in strategy execution. Streamline internal bureaucracy by revising the internal standard operating procedures to reduce redundant approvals and empower middle managers to act decisively. And the last is rules should be flexible to allow for adaptive decision-making in changing environments. The second one is on leadership skills. Institutionalize leadership development programs and partner with the national training institutions like the Kenya School of Government to upskill senior leadership in strategic execution, adaptive leadership, and project delivery improvement, improve on structured innovation programs. On ethical, ensure that there are regular workshops on ethics and compliance to further reinforce awareness and adherence among employees. And leadership support, implement leadership development program and empower employees. Thank you.
Much, Ogana. I think let's clap again for Kennedy. So a quick round of questions and answer for these two gentlemen. So where do we start? Yes? Where is the microphone?
We can start here.
Oh, yes, yes.
I think my question goes to the last presenter. I think it's a kind of a qualitative research in that you cannot measure, you cannot put quantitative numbers on skills. Quality, those are qualitative attributes. So I don't know how you transform the qualitative attributes into numerical attributes such that now you could do regression on the same. Secondly, the second question is on the issue of the period of study, because you're looking at effect of leadership on strategy, and then you said your data collection was from the period of January to April 2025. A strategy is a 5-year document, and I don't know how you can evaluate a strategy within 4 months. So I think I really would love to hear what the presenter has on those two questions.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yes? I think you are the, who has the microphone? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
Okay. Let me just ask the question, just to avoid looking like it's the first row. My question is on the aspect of leadership alone, and especially the aspect of style. And I'm trying to borrow from the McKinsey, popular to some people, 7S framework. For me, it's quite a popular framework, whereby when you are setting up organizations for success, it is beyond leadership style. There are several other factors beyond, of course, the strategy. There are things to do with the staffing, things to do with shared purposes, the skills resident within the organization, things to do with systems, which I think you spoke to, and then, of course, the staffing and the structures within an organization. I was just asking myself, okay, beyond the leadership style, what is the contribution of all these other aspects in terms of setting an organization for success, for enabling the sector to, of course, to progress? Yeah, so that's the first question. And that's the role of the other factors beyond the leadership style and the structures. Of course, you spoke to the need to make the structures more amenable to avoid bureaucracy, but then of course, to what extent can you be able to lean back and allow, amenability of systems? I think that's basically it. But from a regulatory perspective, of course, when you talk about the leadership in the energy sector, the regulator comes, is very critical. So my question will be, looking at especially the two aspects of leadership, directive one, and of course the other one is the empowering or the shared leadership. Which one do you think works best for optimal regulation? And I'm asking that question knowing that as a regulator, you need to be firm, sometimes to give clear directions in terms of where you need the sector to go. But then we have this animal called our constitution, public participation, and I always tell people that you are not regulating yourself, you are regulating other players. So how do you balance the aspect of ensuring that you remain firm as a regulator, where at the same time you ensure then that as you regulate, then you give ears to the people you are also regulating? Yeah, just give us your views about that.
Thank you. I think.
My question goes to Sami. I'm happy that I'm Makoha Willis from Kirdi. I'm just happy, Sami, that Kirdi in a way participated in your research work through data. I'm happy about that. However, you recall very well when you told us, some of us, climate change mitigation converts to utter the phrase that coal is clean for energy production. You must have looked around and saw few responses. It takes time to convert these Kenyans to be able to believe that indeed these technologies, coal technologies are available for clean energy production. And I believe that all you need to do is probably gather a little bit more case studies. I've come across, for example, case studies in China where IGCC is being used for clean energy production. I've seen in Poland where it is used, but along with carbon capture and storage. And if you can be able to extend a little bit more on that research, maybe I didn't see well, but the Kusile plant in South Africa, I don't know whether some work was done about its carbon footprint. And if you can be able to just gather a little bit more of that data, you should be able to convince some of us Kenyans that Kenya can indeed adopt IGCC for cleaner energy production. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we close there because of time. There are so many questions to you, Ken, and I want you to start. Probably just consolidate many of them to ensure that you can take the shortest time possible before we come to Sami. There is a microphone there. You just
Thank you. There was a question on the period, which you were saying it was short. But because I was just doing the desktop review and analysis of the strategic plans in the period of 2019 to 2023, so that's why I was able to at least come up with the results. Then on the qualitative, I have stated that we used differently, but the qualitative one I did not specify the numerical figures. But I used both quantitative and qualitative, where I use the descriptive and also inferential statistics to check on the need. Then also there was also the one on which leadership works more, which I believe from the study, you can also check which one has also more influence on the strategy execution for the regulator, which, because the bureaucratic one is not for the regulator, but it is for, it doesn't perform well for strategy execution, but there's transformational and also transactional, which can really do well for our case. Okay. That's all I could say.
Okay. Thank you, Ken. So you are so brief. Sami, please address. There's a question of conviction. You need to do more conviction for people to accept call. So what's your take on that?
Thank you very much. I think it's more of denial than accepting the reality. Maybe to start with myself, my background is mechatronics engineering. So you will ask, why would somebody who appreciates robot vouch or speak on behalf of coal? As we speak in this room, the cement used to construct this particular structure, 12% of that cement is composed of coal. Now, not only that factor, but also the steel that is holding this structure you're sitting in is processed using heat from coal. So the question is not should we use coal, but how can we use it in a sustainable way? Because it's already being used. And as my colleague has mentioned it out, which are the best industrial practices that are being used outside there, which we as a country, specifically as a regulator, can have in place systems and structures such that by the time we are exploiting the resource in our country, then we are in a position to have efficiency in terms of emission. So the focus should be on research on suitable use of this resource that is locally available. Majority of what we use, we import it from China, if not everything, including the very good iPhones that we are holding, okay? Now, what is the main source of energy when you go back to China? You'll find that it's coal. So, how can we move from where we stand as a country, which is a third world country, to a first world country? The answer to that is using coal in a suitable way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a small correction. South Africa has an installed capacity of about 65 gigawatts. Out of that, 48 is from coal. You can have a snapshot of energy mixes around the world and see how people are performing. Kenya, I think, has an installed capacity of 3.3. Our peak demand is about 2.3. We have a long way to go for us to become industrialized. So it's a conversation we need to have with everybody. Climate change, people adherents of fossil fuels like Sami and everybody else, so that we can have a discussion and agree as a country. On that note, I want to invite Juliet, and I think we have come to the end of that session for the 6 papers. I want to appreciate the 6 presenters, and let's just give them a round of applause. Let's also appreciate the audience for listening and staying up. I know the sugar levels now are approaching replenishment, so let's also appreciate the audience together. So on that note, I think we end there. Karibu sana, Juliet. Yeah, we need to take the technical team. You can take a photo of the 2 gentlemen.
In the meantime, as they get their photo session done, we want to welcome you for lunch. So we'll break at 1:30. So let's be seated by 2:25 so that we can begin the afternoon session. Thank you, Joel, for handling the mid-session. Sorry, I forgot to mention that there will be no breakouts in the afternoon, so all sessions will be held here. Thank you.
have two presentations in our first panel. We will have a presentation from Richard Kiplagat from Africa Practice. And then we'll have a presentation from Dr. John Leary. Dr. John Leary deals with the MEX from Gamos. I hope I'm not misrepresenting you, Dr. Leary. Gamos, yes, exactly. Then, of course, we'll also have Newton and George. I've not seen George around. So I guess he's the one I'm waiting for, actually. When he comes, we'll then call our panelists to the stage. So, music, ngoma. Yes. So I think the panel could be right here. Once again, I welcome to this afternoon session, which will have two sessions for panel discussion. The first session is going to have two presentations. One from Richard Kiplagat. So when I call your name, you will come to the stage. We will make presentations as we move from the stage here, because we'll be the guests here for quite some time. So Mr. Richard Kiplagat from Africa Practice, welcome to the stage. Please, let's clap for him. The entire room, this corner is not clapped. Very good. Yes. Back in EPRA, we say you're heading in the right direction. So that's a good clap. So number 2, from Gamos, Mex. Come with your water, don't worry. There is water there, but you can have 2 bottles or 3 bottles. Then number 3, Newton Munyolo from EPRA. Now, Newton is, in regulatory practice, there's something we call revolving door. Newton is an example of revolving door in regulatory practice. He's been a utility player, he's a regulator. So you cannot corner him with any question about Kenya Power or about EPRA. He's an expert both sides. Welcome, Newton. Did you clap for Newton? I didn't hear that. Very good. Then George Aluru. Welcome, George.
Keep you awake as the
moderator said, my name is Richard Kiplagat. I am Managing Director at Africa Practice. For those of you that might not have heard of Africa Practice, we are a strategic advisory firm. We work across sub-Saharan Africa and have been doing so for the past 2 decades, the past 20 years, looking primarily at areas of policy and regulation. And one of those key areas is obviously energy and energy transition in particular. And as such, we've worked on really interesting things like green hydrogen, where I chair the Africa Hydrogen Partnership, an organization with 44 members across Africa, from academia, technology, etc., financiers, all interested in the area of green hydrogen. And so earlier on, when I heard a panelist talking about coal, my interest was piqued by the statements made there. We've also worked with Kenya Power in the area of investor relations. We've worked with Lake Turkana Wind Power. We've worked with the Ministry of Energy as well as an organization. And on a light note, at a personal level, I've just come back from the Tugen Hills in Baringo, where we tested for the first time an EV off-road vehicle in a competition called Rhino Charge. Some of you that like that stuff might have picked it up on social media somewhere. Made in Kenya, built in Kenya, running on 2 batteries, 400 kilos each, about 480 kilos for each of those lithium-ion batteries. And it was a very, very successful launch of that event and of that vehicle that was built here. Now, to matters of the day. I was asked to speak about the subject of an appropriate rate or tariff structure for telecommunications network providers in this country. As the research will show, we demonstrated that the lack of a tailored electricity tariff structure for telecom sector is not an optimum situation, not only for the telco providers, but for the country in terms of its own strategic objectives to be a leader in technology, but also for the utility company Kenya Power and those in the power value chain. We felt that an appropriate electricity tariff that reflects the specific nature of the sector's energy demands was urgently needed in order to support continued network expansion and improve service delivery, as well as improving operational costs. Let me see whether this now works. One of the interesting findings that we came about was the average utilization or the average consumption of telcos in this country exceeded many large industrial consumers. And so as you see here on the left with the pie chart, the base stations consume almost 75% of telcos' energy requires, in fact, more. However, they are dispersed in different geographical areas, and that creates an awkward billing situation where many of them are categorized as small consumer, as small commercial. Yeah? And as a consequence of that, we have found that the tariff that is applied to large consumers of power, such as a cement factory, that would be in the region of 160 gigawatt hours, is less than what you're seeing telcos consuming. and yet they have an incentive in the tariff that they are utilizing. The second thing that we realized and recognized is that there has been a steady decline in telcos investing in grid expansion. And that is obviously not good news for those that need access to the grid. And it is in fact counterintuitive to a sector that is challenged with the capex in order to expand the grid. And so perhaps we felt there was an opportunity to see how we could optimize this situation and build a win-win for all stakeholders. We went about doing this with both qualitative and quantitative research tools and methodologies. I won't get too much into that, but we did do interviews. We met with telco staff. We got data from a number of telcos, a number of industry organizations. We used both Excel and SPSS in our data analytics. And we also used a cost amortization model to simulate the compensation of grid extensions undertaken by telcos. So what were the key findings? I know that we don't have a lot of time for the presentation. So we established that the ICT sector is expected to grow rapidly, especially on the back of technological innovation. All of you have heard about AI, I'm sure you have, and you know what that means, that the demand for high-speed data will increase. There is increased need for digital transformation. It is a stated national policy objective to drive our transformation as a country using technology. And we obviously have not covered the entire country, and we therefore need additional connectivity. So we expect the sector to continue to grow. We know that the power of networks is largely supplied through the national grid. However, additional energy sources are obviously utilized, and I think it's somewhere in the region of 77% are both grid and diesel backup generation. And there's obviously increased utilization of mini-grids where there is no grid connectivity. It's projected that the consumption of telcos will increase by 10% year on year towards 2030, especially on the back of the deployment of 5G, which, even though is more efficient, requires a higher density of BTSs or towers. And so with the allocation of a suitable tariff, the revenues potentially for KPLC could increase if we were able to find the right kind of win-win solution. Some other key findings. Number one, I think we've already spoken to. These graphs, I think I can just speak to very quickly. They illustrate the points that I made on the previous slide. We see increased consumption, and on the right, you can see that the consumption in orange will be even higher on the back of 5G. The blue is 4G, and orange is 5G. So we see higher growth as a result of 5G. All right, some key challenges. Well, we know that there's non-universal coverage of the national grid, and that there are some challenges with reliability of supply. And that has forced telcos to install expensive diesel generators for emergency, and mini grids as well. We know that due to the dispersed nature of the towers, the billing, it presents a challenge. So there is a lack of aggregation of the entire consumption of a single institution, and they are looked at as individual disaggregated units. And then we also know that grid extension to off-grid sites is a challenge due to the distance of grid points, and that the implementation hurdles include significant ones, such as right-of-way access. So we feel that should the current situation continue, we will see increased grid defection, which is clearly not a positive thing for both the telcos and for the power utilities. We also see that the telcos and data centers have a high potential to stimulate demand, and in Kenya, and we are seeing that at a policy and regulatory level, interventions are starting to speak to special tariffs for data centers as an example, especially green data centers. I think you might be aware of a tariff that has been discussed in Olkaria around the special economic zone area there. And therefore, that there is a need to change the classification for telcos, and a consideration could be made based on the demand and power utilization to qualify under C16 at 10 shillings, which is 10 shillings, and TOU at 7.42. So in terms of policy recommendations, we suggest that we should provide for a new category of telecom infrastructure at the CNI structure of C16. We recommend a tariff of 10 shillings with TOU at 5 or at 50% at 5. Secondly, we also recommend the establishment of a framework for reimbursement of CapEx for the extension of the grid network to compensate for investment in grid network by telcos. And that can be structured as a rebate, and that framework in terms of the amortization formulas can be discussed and negotiated. The implications of this, in our view, are largely positive. In other words, we see that it will reduce operational costs for telcos, lower and significantly decrease their operating expenses. We feel that the increased network investment will have both a positive impact for the telcos, but also for societies and communities in areas that are not reached by the grid at the moment, and will also have a positive impact on the institutions that are responsible for grid expansion and alleviate the CapEx challenges that they may face. The enhanced digital connectivity will obviously lead to better digital access across the country, and it will benefit several sectors, including education, healthcare, and the financial services sector. We see clear alignment with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda and our focus as a country that is outlined in the digital economy blueprint that has recently been launched. The increased power demand, we feel, would be positive for telcos, and in fact, without this, we are concerned that the opposite would take place. So we do feel that it's better. We feel that the treatment of telcos aligns with the principles around fairness. And finally, we believe that there is scope to also have a review that looks at data centers as a specific category, because globally we're seeing significant interest in investing in and need for investment in data centers that are high consumers of energy, and that will continue to be high consumers of energy. I'm sorry if I've gone over time, but that's our presentation for now. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. You have used 15 minutes and 36 seconds. So that's okay. Let me reset my time for Dr. Leary. But the presentation Richard has presented is quite interesting. And I know there are people burning with the questions, including Newton here, who is a panelist. I don't know if we reserve your questions for the panel or you can ask right now. But I really want us to have some questions on that. This is really a very good point of discussion. We can discuss it the entire evening, but we can take rounds of questions. I will limit the questions to, let me guess. Okuna is telling me wants to go first. Okuna, we will take you here. We'll start with Victor there. I'm going to take 5 questions. Of these 5 questions, I don't want to embarrass my boss here, but I would have wished he asked a question. If he doesn't ask a question, I will want Newton to ask a question. So between the two of you, he has presented things that are both philosophical and mathematical. So the philosophical bits I'll get from you. So the first one, we go from Victor. I will try to write the questions, but I write very slowly, so please also note the questions down, so that if I miss out something, you pick it. Yes.
Thank you. Victor, Engineer Victor, Energy Engineer for Greenex. I have a question in form of a concern. When you are saying that we should we should actually lower the tariff for our telecommunications. And the example of Safaricom made almost 70 billion shillings for profit. Then you want to give them cheaper power to make more money. While just last year, you saw what happened to Kenya Power. They increased the tariff by just 4 shillings, and they were able to make 36 billion shillings profit. So do you want to tell us that you want the telcos to triple their profit at the expense of the Kenyans, who will be paying more to actually meet the Kenya Power demand, Kenya Power revenues? 2, maybe the last question.
Only one question, but I'll allow you to because you're my friend.
Okay.
The rest, one question, one person.
Okay, thank you. I was part of the team that did energy audit, the very first energy audit for the 1,333 sites for Safaricom, satellites and BTS. By that time, you will realize that almost 90% of their satellites were covered by Kenya Power. So I'd really ask you, do we really need to go to lower their tariff, or we need to increase the tariff for telcos, generate more money from them, and then use that money or the surplus to, for Kenya Power to go and extend the terminations to interiors where there are no connections up to now? Because when you travel, you realize that several regions across the country do not really have connectivity. They don't have connectivity because there is no electricity. And for electricity to reach those interiors, they need power lines. And those power lines are money. So actually, I really maybe ask you, we should actually increase the tariffs of these telcos, get more revenue from them, give that money to Kenya Power, and then they extend the transmission line from the already existing lines to the interior, so that me and you or our mothers deep in the villages can have power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. The question of who cross-subsidizes who. Should the villager cross-subsidize Safaricom and Airtel, or should Airtel cross-subsidize the villager? Thank you. Next. Seems people fear telcos. No one is raising a question apart from that one. Tariffs. Yes. They are Daktari after that, and then we might come to you also ask a question.
Thank you. My name is Frederick Kabusia from Safaricom. I don't have a question, but I would like to assist in responding to that.
If it's responding later on, you even if the response is burning, you just nump it a bit. So, any other concern? I think you'll respond to that. I'm very happy when people raise fewer questions. If you're a Kenya Power person presenting here, you could be getting a flood of questions. Daktari, you have something to say? Please.
I just wanted to ask, to commend, and thank you, Kiplagat, for the good presentation. Maybe I can stand. Because I think we have been having a conversation with Safaricom, because I didn't want to I heard Safaricom was behind me. Because Safaricom and the other Airtel and another company that is doing telecommunication, because even we have others who are doing even the construction of the mast and providing the technology, is it? They do play a critical role. Maybe what I wanted to understand, Kiplagat, is especially you showed most of the energy that is consumed. For example, we had that is the base mass consuming almost 200 million kilowatt hours, which is now that is per year, is it? That is annual consumption, which is quite a bit, quite a lot actually. It's just like a cement factory. When you look at some of these companies, they are consuming a lot of electricity. Maybe the other issue, the consideration for the CI6, because it comes at a high voltage. Because initially we were thinking of 132 kV. Of course, other consumers, the special economic zones and others have been pushing for 66 kV, saying that if we can get that power at 66 kV, it will be good for us. And maybe the other issue will be you have gensets. You know, like you do have KPLC and gensets, I mean, using generators and also solar. Maybe I'm interested on how much of this genset, this thermal power generation, that is being done in those, as backup in some of those areas. But I don't want to preempt because we are in a, and my friend will participate in the panel, but we are in a very interesting season whereby we will be moving into a tariff application by KPLC. Normally it comes around October, November this year. Because when we started, my friend was with the e-cooking, and they provided a lot of information. It led us to split and have 3 domestic tariffs. And also the e-mobility people pushed us. We had a special tariff for EVs. I'm not saying we cannot consider telcos, because I think, but we are going to have a conversation, because again, contrary to my colleague who said these people make a lot of money, telecommunication companies also provide a critical service to the citizens. Actually, all the poor people, not poor, I was told never use the word poor, Kenyans who are challenged financially, they also are people who need to be supported. I think money transfers, communication, right now digital issues, schools have to learn also using technology. This is a matter, I think we have to have a conversation on this. And what I can promise is that as EPRA, and I think our board members are also here, as we go into the next tariff control period, because the issue has always been losses. These low voltage lines that supply the mast in the rural areas, they incur a lot of losses, and you find when it comes to tariff making process, you look at these things. So I don't want to, I just want to say we are a partner. I think what will be important for us, because we have worked with Safaricom before, is to just prepare ourselves to make some missions so that we are also convinced on the way we should go. And I generally I like the presentation. It's very preempting. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. Safaricom? Okay. Safaricom will speak last.
Yes, good afternoon. Just to break the monotony, the male speakers, but I just would like to request Richard to possibly give us success stories in the world of where special tariff for telcos have applied, just so that also the audience can appreciate that this is not novel. It is something that other jurisdictions are actually applying within Africa and outside Africa. Thank you.
A good question, your good name and your good organization?
Yes, I am Daisy Ogola with Safaricom.
You said you're not Safaricom. Daisy. Utmost good faith. Okay, next question. So I will then, if there's no other question, I'll have Frederick to engineer. Engineer, I found when you had done your presentation, I really wanted to come and attend, but it's okay. Yes.
Thank you. Ahmed for Langat, I appreciate your presentation. There's a time I was involved in telecom projects. I used to work in that sector about 13 years ago. I used to have a lot of challenge when there's a power blackout. When your hubs could also have some challenges so that when one hub goes down, about 30 BTS goes down. So I was able to come with an innovation of low voltage disconnect switch, which Safaricom embraced it. Unfortunately, I never patented it. So many guys took it over, and Safaricom also took it over and put it in their rectifiers. So I'm talking about the challenges you had then. But now I've noticed Safaricom has moved on. They have put many renewable energy projects, even in off-grid area. Before they used to do it in off-grid area, solar and wind. But now I can see them even on-grid area, they are having some solar. I'm wondering, your presentation, is it already too late? Because they moved on, or do you think it's going to have impact? I agree Safaricom use, and even Airtel, they use a lot of power. I wish this was done 13 years ago, because that was the challenge, but there was a challenge of instability of the power. I just want you to explain to me whether, is it too late for this presentation, because they have moved on, and I think they are really using renewable energies to back up their powers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, engineer. And I'm happy to see you have an innovation you didn't patent. Probably you could not be here right now, could be having a trip on a yacht somewhere. So next time, please patent your ideas. You don't lose money. So if we don't have any other question, because the Safaricom team is really aching to give us something. Frederick, please tell us you're in Safaricom. Don't say you're not in Safaricom, then you finally say you're in Safaricom. I hope you're responding to Engineer Victor Okuna, yes, who asked the question I asked him 2 months ago, the same question, and we were not with him actually.
Thank you. Engineer Kabusia is my name, from Safaricom. As he put it, if indeed it's true he carried out some works for Safaricom, then he must have come across several sites with solar power panels. Why are we solarizing our sites? It's because of the high tariffs. And our request is, we are politely telling you that instead of you pushing us to solar power, we have this money we want to give you if you can only give us a special tariff. In the presentation, it's clear what he said, that lower tariffs will spur consumption. So a lower tariff will make me switch off the solar panels that I have switched on. In fact, almost half of my sites. Now, if you go on the rooftop of this house and look around, you'll see how many buildings, rooftops have solar power. What does that tell you? That people want to save. Even if it is just 3 or 4 hours of solar power, you have saved. It's equivalent to, I don't know, how many kilowatts of KPLC. You have saved a lot. And this is the money we want, through a good tariff, we want to return to Kenya Power. Simple.
Thank you very much. He's talking about grid defection. I'm not an expert in that area. But then the question would be, grid defection, is it due to reliability or due to cost? Then we ask about, of course, grid parity of the tariffs. Then we also ask about when the tariffs go low, the sales will go up. What will be the point of inflection? I asked my good researcher here to give us the point of inflection, because we need, when you talk of positive policy analysis, we always need numbers. So in future, we'll require a graph, y, x, where x is the tariff, why is the growth in terms of the number of sales you are making. Then you have two graphs. We see what's the point of inflection, where those two demand versus the tariff meet. So that's a very important point, that even in future as we make the tariff applications, someone has to use that, because sometimes someone wakes up and says, I want 3 shillings. If I get 3 shillings, your GDP will increase. Then you tell them, can you prove? Then they fail to prove it, by the way. I've seen that a lot in our policy discussions in this country. So we need to do that, what you call the optimization of X and Y. We see where does X meet Y, and does that make sense? Of course, that's point number one. Point number two is then will it make sense that when you go to the village, the question Victor is asking is also very important, by the way. If you go to the village and tell someone you want him to cross-subsidize Safaricom, and then the next day it comes to this, but they are made profits. Of course, there's the politics to handle. So policy, of course, is both positive and normative. Positive analysis, he does it. Normative analysis, we'll throw it to Dr. Mutua, who can now go to, we walk in all the counties trying to convince people. So we'll have to get a very good narrative for that, but we'll discuss in our panel discussion. So thank you very much. Newton, you have something?
I think maybe just a comment. I think Dr. Mutua has made much of how the regulator sees this kind of different tariff requests by different stakeholders. And I think we've seen water companies are making their own request for different tariff. Telcos are making their own request for different tariff. My colleague here is also making a different request for e-cooking. We have a different tariff for e-mobility, but the overriding principle is that for you to design a tariff for a specific customer category, you need to establish that we have a problem. You have to define that and ensure that we have a policy problem that is affecting that kind of customer category. And then that policy problem requires probably an intervention in terms of energy policy intervention in terms of a lower tariff, and then from there you can now decide now the tariff. But if you just say you want a lower tariff because the cost of power is high, I think you have not defined the problem very well, because everybody in this country is facing the same cost of power. So if you have, you're already at almost 30% subsidy, then you're asking that now you need 100% subsidy. So that comes with what you call an externality, in that, of course, you're affecting you have to shift some of the cost to other customer category, and also probably you're also going to lead to issues of non-cost recovery. So from where we sit, we say that just having you first of all need to define the problem that you need. This is the problem, and then is it unique to yourself only? Because if it's just an issue of higher tariff, it's not a unique problem too. So what we try to look at, for us to make those kind of interventions, we look at what kind of policy shift are we looking at. For example, when you design a tariff for e-mobility, we had a policy shift in terms of accelerating 100% transition. So that was part of the solution to increase adoption of e-mobility. And the same applies to even the lifeline tariff customers that we have. We want to increase access. So I think it's a challenge for my colleagues on the table here. I think we try to make a good analysis of what you're going to generate, but I think as EPRA, we design a general equilibrium tariff, not just a partial equilibrium tariff that is only looking at one sector or one customer category. I think that is the comment for me.
Thank you, Newton. George Aluru, I've been told I have 30 minutes, but I'm assuring I'll be done within those 30 minutes, because we already began our panel discussion that you are seeing. So, George.
Quick one. So I also have a comment around this. And I think maybe just speaking from what he's saying, but now thinking from the positive, what is the opportunity? So if we give the telcos this tariff, what are the sort of macro benefits to the economy? What are we seeing that these are the things that will actually happen? For instance, they're talking about healthcare, access to healthcare, things like that, and can they be quantified? And if they can be quantified, then we make a discretionary choice that we will allow them this level of tariff because we expect to see these bigger things in the economy happening. So I understand the complication is that you are metering at a low voltage, there's losses, there's a way you charge for that tariff. But if we focus more on what are the benefits, what are the wider opportunities, perhaps there's a reason for us to decide to give a discount.
Thank you. So Kiplagat, you'll give us your closing comments. Then we go to Dr. John Leary.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that robust discussion, which of course I was expecting, given what we're trying to do here. I think there are a couple of things that we need to remind ourselves. The first thing is obviously you make policy and regulation for a sector, not a company. So whilst there may be some players in a sector that may have certain characteristics or may even be dominant, there are other players that are suffering. And they are experiencing a very challenging environment given the context that they are operating in. They deserve to be considered in that conversation. So let's first regulate for a sector, not for a company. I think that principle we agree to. Secondly, we have a principle that large consumers of power should be supported. We have examples of that in manufacturing. We can see that the distinction here is purely a question of whether it is in one location or whether it's dispersed across the country. It's clear that on a principle basis, there needs to be a way to address that disparity. In terms of benefit, we are seeing a slide. It is clear. We are seeing a slide that is quite steep in terms of grid defection. How do we address it? I would like to hear an answer to how we address it that is different from finding a way to keep your customer that is consuming almost 6% of national consumption on the grid. So let's be honest with each other here. There is a trend. In fact, the gentleman there asked us, are we too late? And it's a valid question because there's not a lot of time as the cost of solar panels decreases, as the cost of renewable energy decreases, as technology becomes easier to go off-grid and create mini-grids, that we might be in a situation where it's too late, right? And we are on a slide that we cannot recover from. So let's think strategically. Let's use policy to guide us in terms of benefit. Let's be 110% clear. Is there any other driver of socio-economic development that is more powerful than technology today? If anybody has an answer, put your hand up and tell me. Artificial intelligence and where technology is going means if you're not connected and you don't have high-speed data, whether you are in finance, whether you are in education, whether you are in manufacturing, the president has been trying to bring jobs, onshore jobs, to this country. This is a clear driver. We need to make a commitment as a country to support it the same way we say we are going to build the necessary physical infrastructure in roads, ports, etc., to drive this country's growth. So with those few remarks, I think the paper is almost 40 pages. It's got a lot of detail in it. But in summary, I think that there is a compelling justification for the recommendations that we make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kiplagat, for what you call floating a trial balloon. They say you throw it to the people, then they start making a discussion. So it's a very good point. And I'm not against Safaricom. They gave me a job before I graduated, actually. Those many years ago, when you could leave campus and go straight to work without a degree. So, but those are good points. I will welcome Dr. John Leary, who promised to present within 10 minutes to... That's not his other name. He's just Dr. John Leary. But doctor, please welcome, make a presentation for 10 minutes. Then we sum up with our discussion. Welcome.
Thank you, Fenwix. So I will do my best. I even have a little timer here to try and keep me on track. But please do let me know if I'm going over. So thank you to EPRA for the opportunity to share this insight with you today. This is an insight into a similar kind of story as we heard from Richard, but from the cooking sector. There's a story that started around 2 years ago now with a conversation that we had with Dr. Mutua and colleagues around the time of the previous tariff control period around what would a special price for electricity for cooking look like. So thinking back to the comments made by Newton, then we really need a policy problem to anchor this on. And that's something that we've really heard very strongly, both from the utility, who's identified cooking and mobility as two of these key demand drivers, and from, let me skip one over, from the Ministry of Energy, who have set the ambitious target of achieving universal access to clean cooking and electricity by 2030. And in order to do that, the National Electric Cooking Strategy sets out that electric cooking should make around a 10% contribution towards this goal. Going back one slide, then what we saw actually at the previous tariff control period was that the cost of electricity for domestic customers was set to rise. It was set to rise for some customers by up to 70%, those that fell into the 30 to 100 kilowatt hour band, which is why Dr. Mutua and colleagues kindly agreed to create a new tariff band which would allow these customers, which is where we would predict the customers who start cooking with electricity might fall, to develop a new tariff band with a price which sits somewhere between the regular and the lifeline tariff. However, the cost of electricity still rose for those consumers by 30%. There was an open invitation made by the EPRA team at that point to gather more data, to experiment with smart metered appliances, and to try and gather more data on what would a special price for electricity for cooking look like. So this is one of the opportunities to share some of the insights from this ongoing trial. The ongoing trial itself has two key outcomes. One is to inform this tariff control period around what would a dedicated tariff for electric cooking look like. And another is to potentially scale a rebate system where money would be given back to consumers to incentivize them to cook more, money that is linked to the measured consumption of electricity for cooking. So this was the aim, to really strengthen that evidence base ahead of the next tariff control period. And today I want to try and focus in on two key research questions. I think from what we heard from Richard, the problem of disaggregation of the telecommunications load is much easier to deal with because it's much easier to sub-meter those clients. However, cooking is usually bundled in with other domestic loads. So it's very difficult to disaggregate, and making a special price for something which is bundled in with other energy services becomes more challenging. So that's the first question. The second question is, how could electricity pricing be restructured to enable demand stimulation through cooking? So in response to our colleague from Safaricom, Daisy, who asked, what are the examples from other countries that have done this? Well, Uganda, just over the border, already have an e-cooking tariff. In 2021, they developed a tariff targeted at domestic cooking, and I'm going to present some insights from an evaluation that was done assessing whether this was impactful in terms of growing the amount of cooking demand on the grid. Then I'm going to present some initial thinking from a study that we've been doing here in Kenya, and a framework that shows how dedicated electricity pricing for cooking could be developed. So I might go a little bit quickly just to try and fit within Fenwix's target of 10 minutes, so excuse me if I skip over a few bits and pieces here. What we learned from Uganda, where we see the electric cooking tariff here presented alongside the tariffs for Kenya in orange and Tanzania in blue, So you see between 80 and 150 kilowatt hours per month is discounted with the aim of encouraging demand growth in this region. What we saw was that measuring the consumption of customers who received electric pressure cookers attached with smart meters was that actually a lot of the consumption occurred during the day. It wasn't necessarily the evening peak where we expected this consumption to occur. So there's perhaps better alignment between the cooking load profile and the spare capacity on the grid than we expected. We saw around just under 10 kilowatt hours per month of additional demand created. And that equated to around 1.5 tons of carbon emissions mitigation per year, which is important because it means that's 1.5 carbon credits that could be developed on the basis of this household transition, which could be another way to finance the gap between the current tariff and a discounted tariff. When they looked in detail at the tariff in Uganda, what actually they found was that there was a strong role between the tariff itself and the perceptions of customers in terms of how expensive people thought electricity was for cooking versus other fuels. However, what they found was that many of the customers that were participating didn't actually benefit from the e-cooking tariff itself because their consumption was still below that threshold. So there was still a question about, was it set at the right band? The new band created here in Kenya was much lower, 30 to 100 kilowatt hours, so likely to be much better targeted at lower income households. But we also saw that there wasn't really a direct correlation between the consumption from the electric cooking appliances and the number of units of this cooking tariff that were consumed. We also carried out a rebate experiment to look at what if we brought that tariff band down below 80 kilowatt hours per month. And again, we didn't see a direct correlation between the rebates consumed and the actual usage of the appliances. So what we saw was that the biggest effect in Uganda was actually the marketing. So raising awareness around using electricity for cooking and being able to associate that with something that people thought was affordable. Whether it was or not was a different factor. So I think that's perhaps a kind of key thing to bear in mind in terms of the new tariff band that was created here in Kenya. It wasn't marketed as an e-cooking tariff. It was marketed as a new tariff band, another part of the Lifeline band, but simply by calling it an e-cooking tariff could perhaps have had a bigger impact in terms of raising awareness around the ability to cook with electricity. So there's other interventions which we thought could have had a wider impact in Uganda. So supporting users to understand how they could cook a wider variety of dishes with their cooking device, supplying other hardware like an additional pot, acquiring additional appliances such as an induction stove, or raising awareness to generate new customers that are able to cook with electricity that may have been more effective than the electricity price restructuring intervention. So skimming over and coming back to Kenya now, the insights from this paper specifically, we wanted to answer these questions by presenting a framework which laid out the different options, some of which we were able to present at the last tariff control period. With the new evidence from this study we've been carrying out, we've been able to embellish and explore some of these pathways a bit deeper. So how can you disaggregate cooking loads from broader consumption? Well, one way is just look at the existing data from the household meter, and that's essentially how the new tariff band was created. It doesn't require any new hardware. Simple to implement, but different to differentiate from other loads. Another way is having the utility install a new meter, much as what we saw in the past with water heating, where you have a separate meter just for the water heater, but it's difficult to implement for cooking because cooking appliances can be plugged in anywhere in the house. And then there's the appliance level metering. So seeing the private sector are already integrating smart meters into appliances anyway, gave us a new opportunity to use this data that was already being collected to be able to look deeper into the consumption that we know is specifically for cooking. And then the final one, we've heard mentioned a few times already, the role of AI. So looking simply at smart meter data from the household level and picking out the load profile of cooking appliances from that. So what we've really seen since the previous tariff control period was the proliferation of new commercial appliances which integrate these IoT inside the appliances and track the usage, send that data to the proprietary databases maintained by the private companies, primarily for carbon finance, monitoring and verification. And our idea was simply, can we use this data that's already being collected anyway to be able to disaggregate cooking loads from other household consumption and to deliver a special price for electricity for cooking, initially via rebates, but longer term, potentially that could be connected to utility billing systems, and there could potentially be a separate tariff. So just looking at the time here, I'm going to go quite quickly through these final options. So the different ways that electricity pricing could be restructured. One is a consumption threshold. Again, this is what we saw in Uganda and what we saw with the new tariff band created here. Very simple to implement, but not very targeted. There's the before and after appliance comparison, where if you know a new customer has acquired an electric cooking appliance, then you can give them a discount on their additional consumption after that date, which is kind of how the C&I tariff, the off-peak component works. There's the time of use, which is already in existence for C&I customers, but could be extended to domestic customers with new metering. And there's the rebate option. So this is using data directly from smart metered appliances to give money back to consumers based upon the specific consumption that we know has been used directly for cooking. So this has the advantage that it's very targeted, but it has the disadvantage that it requires very close coordination between these different stakeholders, the companies that are making the meters, running the platforms, and those that are issuing the rebates. The final one is the dedicated tariff for cooking consumption, and this would require linking together the different billing systems, so the private sector databases and the utility databases, which in theory is very simple to do through an API, but in practice there's a lot of red tape that would need to be tackled in order to get to this stage. So it's maybe a better option for later down the line. So to conclude, then picking up on a point raised by our moderator, Fenwicks, then this is of course only one of the entry points for encouraging greater uptake of electric cooking. Fiscal policy to be able to reduce the upfront cost of appliances is equally important. So these are things like, for example, import tax, waivers, VAT zero rating, consumer financing, and this could potentially have an even bigger impact, even if customers are paying the market rate for the electricity for cooking. However, looking at the pricing intervention specifically, then what we've learned so far from the household experiment is that there's no real simple way to disaggregate cooking loads. The electric cooking tariff itself is very simple to implement, but it's not very targeted, so it's highly susceptible to leakage. The rebates themselves are much easier to target, but they're not, they're much more complex to implement. So the new evidence that we expect to be able to present ahead of the new tariff control period, which I've learned from Dr. Matua today, is coming up a lot sooner than we expected, with a proposal from Kenya Power expected in October. So we hope to present by that date new evidence on the price elasticity of demand for electricity for cooking, the effect of the time of use on the demand profile, the insight of the viability of how you might scale such a rebate program, and a recommendation on the most viable mechanisms for being able to restructure electricity pricing to incentivize demand growth through cooking. So I imagine you're probably hoping that I would present more of these concrete numbers at this point here, but really this trial is really just getting going in terms of onboarding customers. We now have around 1,000 customers who are connected to the data platform, and by the end of this month we expect to close the registration. That will give us 3 months of data by the time we get to October, and a full 6 months of data by the time we get to the end of this year. We also are gathering data on the institutional and commercial space. So we think here the disaggregation of cooking loads is going to be much easier because metering, sub-metering a whole kitchen is more viable, and the cost of meters is much smaller relative to the cost of the cooking appliance itself when you're talking about much larger scale appliances like the ones that you see up here. The new evidence that we expect to be able to present, again, similar to what we would see in the household scale, but more information on the market segments that we see. Schools, prisons, hospitals, they all have different cooking demands. And in a commercial space, say a street vendor selling smokies has a very different cooking demand to say, a hotel or a conferencing facility such as this. So being able to present the cooking needs and the potential for electrification and the implication of a dedicated tariff in terms of driving uptake in those key segments is what we hope to be able to present ahead of the next tariff control period. So I'm going to leave it there for now. I did not manage to keep to my word, but I didn't do any worse than Richard, so I hope you'll forgive me.
That's okay, Dr. Leary. I think you've exceeded by 5 minutes, 8 seconds. That's still okay. But according to Juliet's time, we only have 7 minutes to leave this stage. So, but I must have my panel discussion. I don't know who is the boss here. I want to ask for 15 more minutes because, you know, our experts here must say something. Have you agreed, the two of you? Juliet, have you agreed? 15 more minutes. Yes, because it's not a mistake of my making. I think you can't stop someone midway when he's explaining something very sweet. So you keep on listening and listening. But I promise to take some time to shorten it because I know we have a wide array of presenters. So I'm not going to take questions for this session. For Dr. Leary, I'll sit down there. And I'm going to edit my questions that I had prepared for the panel. I'm going to do it a bit randomly. So Newton and Aluru, I will start with you. I'm not saying it's you versus these ones, but the questions the two of you can answer could be very similar. So the first question would be, the way Shakespeare used to say, to be or not to be. So my question is to subsidize or not to subsidize. That's question number one. Then question number two is, which sectors should be subsidized? Because EVs want subsidy, e-cooking wants subsidy, telcos have now come, they want subsidy. I'm told water wants subsidy. There's a day I met county governments. They told me Kenya Power should pay for their street lights. So those are 5, Then myself here, I want a subsidy. I'm also complaining. Then there is the lifeline customer. So just in that order, if we should subsidize, what should we look at when we are subsidizing? Whom should we prioritize? And if we subsidize, who should give this money for subsidy? Because the government does not have a bag of money somewhere, it keeps throwing somewhere. I think someone somewhere must give that money. So, George, you first introduce yourself, of course, tell us what you do, then you answer those questions. Once you're done, I'll not come back to you because they want to finish me here. Yes, George.
Thank you, Phoenix. My name is George Aluru. I'm from the Electricity Sector Association of Kenya. I'm the CEO. And I also chair the KEPSA Energy Sector Board. I think generally, from an ideological point of view, we shouldn't subsidize anything, ideally. But of course, that is the ideal. And I think what I said in my previous comment is that we should really see what is the overall benefit. If the overall benefit is greater than whatever cost will incur in the subsidy, then there's a reason for it. Now, in terms of picking which one should be subsidized and which one should not be subsidized, I still think my previous comment should apply. We really must go to the numbers. I think they've done a good job to try and present overall. I think the bigger paper probably has hard numbers on how the economy benefits. And again, from a technical point of view, we meter telecoms like domestic customers, and there's a cost to bring the power there. And even the classification of large customer, if I'm not wrong and I stand to be corrected, is based on your level of metering, not how much you consume. It's at what level you're metered. So here we have to look at these requests, not just from the telcos, all the requests from the point of view of what is the greater benefit to the economy, And if we see that there's actually a good reason for that, then again, it is a decision that within EPRA and other people who will have to take this decision, we decide that we will pass some of these benefits to A, B, C, D sectors. One last thing, the reasoning should not be, in any case, and people will disagree with me, to protect Kenya Power. We should not be doing things so that Kenya Power becomes financially stable. Kenya Power is a commercial entity. Kenya Power should actually be allowed to run commercially. And you know, our market is continuing to evolve. We expect to see competition in distribution. When these new discos come in, this argument won't fly. So for me, the wide argument of what's the benefit to the economy, and then pass them to whichever sectors. I can't prioritize which one is more important than the other.
Thank you. That's called positive policy analysis for students here. Yeah? Positive versus normative. So positive is if you say Bamburi is being metered at this, then I need to metered by this. So you will have to look for the Kenya Power staff who serve Bamburi. Then you vis-a-vis the Kenya Power staff who serve the hundreds of BTSs. That's number one. Then number two, you look at the lines going to Bamburi alone. Then the lines going to these different aspects that wants to be metered as one line. Then you put the cost aside. Then you look at the benefits. Then you now say this will be the aggregate benefit of doing that. It's quite a complicated study, by the way, but it's something, as George says, there's something someone can do, especially students here can assist us to do that, to try to find out where's the point of inflection. Thank you. Newton?
Thank you very much. My name is Newton Munyolo. I'm the manager pricing tariffs at EPRA. So this is my area. So basically, I think from how the tariff in this country are done is that we do what you call a cost-reflective tariff basis. So we do a revenue requirement. You get a number that, for example, in this year, you need 18 shillings on average per kilowatt hour to run this sector. And then that 18 shillings, you have to divide it, you have to allocate it across customer categories. So that's why you find you have customers who are paying 10 shillings, 12 shillings, 13, 19. So you have, when you get now, when you spread that cost along the customer categories, you should be able to get on average, based on their consumption, that 18 shillings that you need. So whenever you have any request for reduction review of any of those allocations, you find that the end result that you get a number that's either higher than 18 or lower than 18. And when you have a number that's lower than 18, then you go back to the issue of subsidy. So what we do as right now, the only subsidy area that we currently have, and I think based on the government policy of universal access, is that we do cross-subsidy. That's why you find domestic customers. They are not paying domestic customers 3 or 1. Those customers who consume less than 30 units per month, they pay slightly less than the marginal cost of supply, because when you take generation cost, distribution cost, and then you add transmission cost, and then you do OPEX, they slightly pay that less than a cost of supply. So that extra cost is borne by the customers under DC who consume above, let's say, 100 units. They pay us a higher tariff. So that's the only cost subsidization that we see in terms of the customer categories. So when you want to now enhance we have other measures that we try to enhance to other customer categories. We have issues of time of use. I think right now we have an existing time of use where I think even telcos, they are under commercial industrial customers. They're eligible for a discounted tariff during the off-peak time. I think even as we go into the next tariff regime, we're trying to enhance, to deepen the time of use, because we still have almost 250 megawatts that are being shared during the off-peak time. So we want to deepen that time of use to ensure that the entire capacity can be absorbed. So it's a discussion that you're going to have as we do the tariff negotiation. But lastly, on the issue of who should be subsidized, I think the subsidy itself, as I said, for it, when you're designing a tariff, for you to say you need this lower tariff, you need to say why do you need that lower tariff. But you cannot just say because the cost of electricity is very high. Because I think everybody in this country pays the cost of electricity. So there has to be, there's a policy shift or a specific intervention targeted towards a certain customer, or for example, towards a targeted initiative like issue of e-mobility, issue of universal access. And then from there now you can have a conversation that now this targeted customers require targeted intervention, and this intervention can either come through either one, cross-subsidization, or through government support measures. But you cannot have a gap that is unfunded in a market where you run a cost-reflective tariff policy.
Thank you very much, Newton. So I will go to Dr. Leary. We've been having discussions with him for quite some time. And I always tell him, most of the times when you listen to anyone talks about energy transition, even the private sector, they talk the government should, but then you know, the way Reagan used to say, the government does not solve problems of the private sector. I think you need to be reading quotes of Ronald Reagan all the time. So apart from the government intervention in terms of actually the subsidies, John, what else do you think the private sector could do to make sure we have a critical mass of people adopting e-cooking appliances?
So I think just to build upon what Newton was saying in terms of where does this gap, how can it be plugged, looking first at the cost of cooking with electricity, and then perhaps give some examples of other mechanisms that could be used in terms of growing the customer base for cooking with electricity. Looking first at, with a subsidy that we are advocating for, where does that money come from? Initially, I think for the initial experiments, as exemplified by this rebate experiment that we're doing at the moment, then a lot of that capital can come from the development partners who are willing to support experimentation and take away some of the financial risk from the utilities and the regulators so that we can explore, does making a special price for cooking really have an impact on the usage of electric cooking appliances? Does it drive impact? And then I would say, in terms of the private sector, carbon is the next big piece. Now we've seen the Article 6 agreement signed between Kenya and Switzerland, and having the Article 6 framework in place means that we're likely to see much better prices for carbon credits, and that can be another way that we can plug that gap between what the cost-reflective price really is for electricity and what the cost comparable prices for the consumer. That's another data point which we have, but I didn't present in the presentation here, which is absolutely critical. At what point do we need to bring the price of cooking with electricity down to so that it will be cheaper than other fuels, in particular cooking with biomass, so cooking with charcoal or cooking with kerosene, these polluting fuels. And I think with those two mechanisms in the short term, then what we would hope is that from the modeling that we've seen, it's presented in the electric cooking strategy, cooking can become one of the major demand drivers for Kenya Power. And at that point, then the increased demand for electricity can result in a decreased unit cost through greater utilization, especially if we're able to use time of use to encourage it to use some of that additional capacity that Newton mentioned in off-peak hours, especially the breakfast and the lunch period. And then looking at beyond electricity pricing, then yes, there are many other mechanisms which I think both the private sector and government can collaborate on to grow the uptake of electric cooking, and these include awareness campaigns, simply enabling the general public to know how they can cook their favorite meals with new energy efficient appliances. And I think that's one area where the new guidelines which you've published, I think really help the general public to understand what are these different appliances, how can I use them to cook my favorite meals, and what's the relative efficiency of these different devices. Not necessarily that the average cook is really concerned about efficiency, but what they are concerned about is the cost. And even if they're paying market rate for the electricity, if they use a more efficient appliance, that can really bring down their bills in terms of the real cost of cooking. So let me pause there, since I know we're pressed for time.
Thank you very much for that. Probably one would consider also the concepts of bulk procurement to lower the prices. There are some stage you need to move manufacturing to this region, so that Also, the more manufacturing locally, the benefits become more actually, because you'll have the people are using it, but people also working in the industry to do the same. So, Kiplagat, I will go to you lastly, and I will ask an interesting question. You know, if you follow politics, the government of Hosni Mubarak and Omar el-Bashir collapsed because of subsidies. They had run subsidies for quite a long time in perpetuity. And the people were born and they thought bread is that cheap. But that had distorted market prices. Then one day this gentleman woke up and scrapped those subsidies, and they went home actually. They all ended in jail. So according to your expertise, how many years do you want the subsidy to last? Because subsidies don't last in perpetuity. For how many years? Because, you know, a subsidy is supposed to make a market to stabilize at some stage. Then you remove it. Would you think it should be 5 years? It could be forever? Or how long would you want to subsidize something?
That's an interesting question and an interesting example that you've given. Look, I think the way that we've approached this question is beyond subsidies. We've looked at a broader set of dynamics that we feel are important to consider, the implications of which should generate additional revenue, not less revenue, and secondly, should unlock additional capital and relieve demand for, relieve the need for the capex that has to come out of the public sector to expand the grid. So the approach hasn't been around a very sort of focused area around specific, the specific duration of a potential subsidy. It's been around a broader set of dynamics that we feel make macroeconomic sense, both at a sectoral level, but also at a national level.
Thank you very much, because I want to end. I received a note here, Engineer Msonye. I kindly have a note, please, and I have a comment. Please allow Anthony. Where is Anthony? Anthony has a comment. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Please give him. He has to talk. Not from Safaricom anymore. Where is Anthony? I hope you're not from. I hope you're not from Safaricom. By the way, the Safaricom team, we have an article called Scoop. We write news in that article. If you have ideas about this, you publish. I will let them to pass as long as they are grammatically correct. I'm one of the editors. So you submit your articles. We'll publish them so that that debate can actually get a wider scope. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. And yes, I'm from Safaricom. I just wanted to make sure that I get the audience, and yes. That's why I wrote you a note. My name is Anthony Kamwaro, and what I noted with the panelists that are there, all of them, apart from Dr. Larry, are all holding devices, and iPads for that matter. And I just wanted to just inform or just relay that those devices are powered by data. And one of the ways that that data gets into those devices is through undersea cables that bring that data into the country. Those undersea cables are normally housed by data centers at the coast or inland. And the largest cost drivers for data centers is power. They require a lot of cooling. With the advent of where we are going with technology with 5G and with 6G, those are other technologies that are power driven, and we will need to have meaningful conversations with the regulators and everyone in this space so that we can make sure that more and more people are able to have tablets like the way you have on that panel at more, and you, of course, you have your device, your mobile device, your digital device, at more accessible and efficient pricing. Because at the end of it all, we are able to give our customers the scale which will have transferred because of the low power that we've gotten as operators in the industry, then everyone will be able to use the device and be able to access markets, health, education.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Daktari, you said the director has a point. Yes, our director, they are the ones who approve those tariffs. So, director, we will listen from you. Doc, check the mic.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. Yeah, my name is Anthony Gashau. I'm really excited to be part of this conversation because I happen to be learning a lot. I'm a board member in EPRA, and we happen to come across some of these tariffs. And from the conversation, each one of us is trying to defend his case, why the tariff should be considered for subsidy, if you allow me to comment on the subsidy. But we have to come to an agreement. There is no mwananchi who is excluded from telco services, who is excluded from e-cooking, who is excluded from the counter lighting, or any other subsidy probably would want to be considered. We are speaking of the same mwananchi for all the tariffs, for all different tariffs to be considered for subsidy. So, in a nutshell, I'm saying we are talking of the same mwananchi who is within the same ecosystem that is under the country called Kenya. So these subsidies, the only, my thinking, the only persuasive and considerate way to be considered by the regulator is where the country would be able to draw more socio-economic sense that will trickle down even to the other parameters within the energy sector. So it is probably the work of the management in EPRA to do a comprehensive macro analysis for all these tariffs and come up to a conclusion. This is where the nation will be able to draw more socio-economic sense, because at the end, it's where will we draw a competitive advantage, because a country is competing with other countries and the country needs revenues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Gashau. When the director talks, no one else should be talking, according to us in government. When he talks, he goes to the PS directly at the CS. So I don't know, because of time, not because of director has spoken, but also partly because he has spoken, we cannot talk on when he has already spoken. So thank you very much, Director Gashau, for that. At this juncture, I'll end this panel discussion. It was very heated. I have wished it was the only session. I don't know why we made it two, but that's very much okay. We can continue the discussions. Dr. Leary is always, he's on LinkedIn. I'm not on Facebook, so he's on LinkedIn. If you can check him out there, you can see what he does. I don't know if Kiplagat is on LinkedIn. We need to be friends on LinkedIn. Newton, you walk in EPRA anytime, you'll get him. Aluru, wherever EPRA is, you'll always find him there. He's a friend of the authority. So thank you very much, gentlemen. We can get off the stage. And please a round of applause for them. some people are looking at their phones, not clapping. And there's a photo first. You know, if you are looking at your phone and we are discussing Safaricom issues here about the fiber, if we give them double price, you will not get that data anymore. Anyway, photo session. Am I supposed to be part of them, or am I a stranger to the group? Oh, okay, fine. So I can join. So quickly to the next session, very exciting. EPRA is a knowledge-based organization, and we always walk around asking our staff to conduct research. So we will have most of our team, EPRA team, presenting their works here, and they will come to sit here. But the EPRA team, that is Caroline and Emily, where are you? Yes, please come to the stage here. You will make a presentation later, but come and sit here so that people can get used to seeing you. Frederick, Ojuando, and Scholar. Engineer Ojuando. Engineer Ojuando is a polymath, so he knows which pharaoh built which pyramid. If you just ask him right now, he'll tell you. But sometimes he says some of them were his tribesmen. That's where we differ with him. Then Chacha. Chacha, I saw you around, unless you disappeared. Please come on stage. Thank you very much. Clement, Nadio. Unless there's another Clement. Is this Clement? Yeah. Then I know Prof is wondering why I'm not calling him. I wanted to call Professor last so that I can tell this team that they are very lucky to present or to sit on the same stage with the Professor Engineer Augustine Makoha. Professor, where are you? He must have been the youngest professor in this country because I saw him 10 years ago. He was already a professor from Moi University. So, Prof, you are the first one to make a presentation. So I will call you. I don't know if you have a laptop. You have a presentation? You have an assistant? I know you are a big man. Whoever is assisting Professor, my good engineers from Moi University, Prof has a presentation to make, so, okay. You have the presentation, Marcella, for Professor. Oh, there, the other side. So you project for Prof then, I think I'll project for him. But you come here, Prof. Just stand here. I'll not leave until I see them projecting it here for you. A prof should not be working with a laptop all the time. You can just talk. Oh, you can give them, eh? Let me check. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. You know, engineers always test. When you see someone trying to do that, just tell that that's an engineer. Engineers always try to see whether the system is working or not. So I was just trying to test whether the system is working. So as I wait for the presentation to be put up, sorry? Okay, something went wrong. So I'm just going to share with you a very brief presentation on solar water heating systems. This is a user-based research that we did together with my colleague from Norwegian University of Life Sciences, Professor Samuel Adaramola, and my other colleague from
Moi University School of Business and Economics, Professor Lucy Rono. So we are just trying to understand the perspectives and the insights from the users of solar water heating systems, because as we move towards zero emissions by 2050, one of the pathways is to embrace solar water heating systems. And globally, you notice that the trend is actually, in terms of solar market, is growing steadily. But locally, we are looking at a projection of 800,000 units by 2020. But that target still looks like we have not attained it. And therefore, we went out to try to understand that besides the technical factors, what could be the barriers in adopting these things. And you will agree with me that sometimes, besides the technical aspects, we also need to understand the sociographics. We need to understand the community and the dynamics in the community, and as well as the citizen science, to be able to know exactly what could be hindering the adoption. Therefore, my study looks at the solar adoption in terms of the user experiences, and our research was kind of a case study of Eldoret municipality. So we wanted to understand the level of adoption, the barriers to adoption, and the experiences of those who already have those solar water heating systems. And we believe that by having this information, it can also serve as an evidence base to help IPRA in tuning their policies towards fostering the adoption of these solar water heating systems. So the objectives, like I've mentioned, one is to be able to understand what is the motivation behind this, what is the motivation behind the adoption of this, and also understand the barriers for those ones who have not adopted, and by doing so, gain some insights and also be able to come up with some data which can inform our regulators or policymakers to be able to tune or formulate policies that will foster or promote adoption of some of these systems. So we did a survey. First of all, we did a desk study just to be able to understand policy issues around this through desktop study, and then we went ahead to do a survey or an interview, which was purposive, but then we also randomized it by identifying 5 residential areas in Eldoret, which were like our strata, and we approached 254 households who are our respondents, and from those 254, we were able to understand some of the experiences in terms of solar adoption. So this is just the demographic characteristics of the respondents. 56 of them were male, and then 44% were female. And out of that, 75% were over 40 years in age. 78% of them had at least a bachelor's degree. So we really wanted to also understand in terms of their level of education. In terms of the income level, 48% of our respondents say that their income was at least 2 million per year. And then overall, in terms of adoption, we are looking at 31% adoption. I think that information is very important for my friend, Dr. Fenwick, that only 31% of people in Eldoret municipality actually have embraced solar water heating. Now, we went ahead to try to understand what could be the motivation for those who had already installed these systems. And we found out also that out of those who had installed, majority of those systems had between 6 and 10 years in existence. A few of them were over 15 years, and also a few of them were below 2 years. And most of them say that they wanted to lower the cost of electricity bills. And I think it just comes back to the issue of the tariffs. Majority of them say that they are embracing this because they believe that they will be able to save on electricity bills. And then they also mentioned that they are happy with the idea of using clean energy, or what we call renewable energy. And then also a proportion of them say that this is an idea which they just saw somewhere on another property, and then they were able to embrace it. And also, sometimes the contractor just recommended that as we do this infrastructure or this kind of infrastructure, then you should be able to also install the water heating system. So those were the main our kind of findings, or I would say the main reasons or motivations behind our households installing those systems. So largely it was because of the idea of saving on energy. And then, of course, as expected, most of them had other systems in place that they were using. The instantaneous shower head looks like it was the most popular. Most of them, I think around 93% of them were using that alongside the solar water heating system. So it's really competing with the solar water heating system. And also electric kettles, about 45% of them to 50 had electric kettles. And the issue of electric storage tanks, I think very few, and gas heating, very few of them had those things. Again, we were, just as a follow-up, we were interested to also understand, in making the decision to install these systems, what were the concerns? And what we got from them was that first, most of them, of course, say that the initial cost of installing a solar water heating system was a bit prohibitive, and most of them could not afford. And then the issue of reliability of the system, majority of them were concerned about the reliability of the system over the years, as well as the performance. And interestingly, we also learned that information availability remains also a big problem. And because of that, we dived deeper to really understand what kind of information is this that is missing. And we asked them to tell us in terms of information required to install the system, where to buy these solar water heating systems, how to maintain this system, where to get a trained technician who is certified to install this system, how to use this system, and also which is the right model for a given region, because we understand climate context might also have an effect in this. And interestingly, most of them say that they have information on most of those aspects, except the issue of the technicians, the trained, certified technicians. They could not identify, they could not even tell where to get them. And also, the majority of them had a problem in telling which model, because they have a variety of models, which model is actually more suitable for the given region. So those two appear to lack information to the residents. And also, after that, we asked them just to be able to know, for those who already have solar water heating systems, the level of satisfaction and also the level of dissatisfaction, whether they are happy, and if they are not happy, what could be the problem. And from that graph, you can see that the main satisfaction comes from the time it takes to heat up the water. So that remains a big satisfaction, and also the issue of performance. They are comparing the performance of the water heating system, the solar water heating system, versus the other alternatives. So those two stood out as the main problem. A few of them, not so many, but also a significant number, also were satisfied with the, how long it takes to keep the water warm. It's like sometimes the water gets cold after a very short time. So those three were the main satisfaction points. And we now also ask them that besides that, what is the most attractive, or what do you like most about solar water heating systems? And you can see from that graph, most of them, of course, appreciate the issue of reduced bills. They indicated that after installing the solar water heating system, their bills went down in terms of electricity. And then they also wanted to be free from the grid. Most of them say that because of frequent interruptions, they would prefer to be independent from the central grid. So most of them are also happy that by having solar water heating system, it gives them that independence from the grid. So those two are the main kind of attractive aspects from the household's point of view. Now we went to check on those people who don't have. And remember, 31% had them, so around 69% did not have. Out of those, we wanted to understand the barriers as to why they don't have. And the first thing that came up was the high upfront cost, which was expected. And then the second was lack of information. So 69.7% of those who responded actually say that lack of information about this is the reason why they have not installed. Some of them were even hearing about solar water heating systems for the first time. And then limited financing options. The households were saying most of them they do not have the funds to buy these things straight away. They will have preferred kind of a business model that will allow them to have access to financial options that will enable them to buy these systems. And 36% say they will prefer that we have flexible business models. And lastly, a few of them also complained that the water supply infrastructure, in most cases, does not support them to be able to install these systems. Most of them either have unreliable water supply or they don't have that connection at all. So that makes it difficult for them to be able to install. Out of that, we just got curious also to see, but because we understand that sometimes cultural or community dynamics can come into play in terms of adoption of new technologies in a community. And so we checked whether gender could have played a role in terms of adoption of this. So we did a Welsh test just to see whether gender could have played a role, and from what we found out from the T test, we see that actually gender did not play any role, and therefore adoption of these things is not in any way influenced by whether you are male or female. I've talked about challenges. So on financing, just going deeper into that, we are saying that most of the households really do not have the financiers to be able to adopt or to be able to install these systems initially, and then we have very limited financial options for these people to be able to access and be able to purchase these systems, and that is what is kind of bearing them from installing these things. So in conclusion, I would say that the socioeconomic, technical, and environmental considerations are what are driving the adoption of solar water heating systems in Kenya, using Eldoret as a case study. And from the experiences of our users, most of them have concerns about the high initial costs, technical issues, and lack of information for them to be able to adopt solar water heating systems. And in recommendation, we are recommending the following one, that we should consider offering some tailored financial facilities to help potential adopters to be able to access finances and therefore install some of these systems. And secondly, we want solar water heating systems or technology to be embraced right from schools. Maybe have this as part of the training so that these guys come when already they are converted. And then standards, we need technicians to be trained and possibly be certified so that they are available to support the rollout of this. And also in terms of funding support, in terms of manufacturing, we want, or we are recommending that perhaps we should also have research funds available, or we should support research to come up with technologies or to be able to kind of come up with solutions that are going to support the solar water heating systems. And lastly, awareness. Information is lacking. We recommend that perhaps we should have an open information database where people can be able to access information about systems, about technicians, and all information about performance of these systems. And as we were doing this, we were being guided by the Energy Solar Water Heating Regulation 2012, but I understand we now have 2025 draft, which is coming up. And I believe part of that will also go towards promoting that. So thank you for your listening. I think that's what I have to share with you. I hope my time not exceed.
No, passing a verdict, 14 minutes, 45 seconds. Thank you very much, Professor. Because of time, I'm told yesterday we really stretched our presentation, then we lost 3/4 of the audience, which should not be a good thing. So maybe I'll ask the other presenters, let us take 10 minutes each to present our work, so that at the end of the day, there'll be someone who can at least listen to us. So next, and the trick is you move very quick to your objectives, then methods, 1 minute, then results. You can do that thing within 5 minutes, actually. So next, Caroline and Emily. I don't know, will you come, the two of you? Okay, fine, it's okay. So please upload the presentation for Emily to start presenting. T 10 minutes or less.
Thank you, Dr. My name is Caroline Odhiambo. I also want to appreciate my co-author, Emily. You can just stand up and say hi. We were working on a topic on the effect of innovative solar technologies in expanding access to energy in the rural, a case of Kisumu County. Because I don't have so much time, we all know access to reliable electricity remains a significant development challenge, whereby you'll find most of the urban have really improved electrification, but still remains as the less adoption in the rural areas. So I'll skip most of the background because of time. We'll go to the problem statement. In Kisumu County is relevant due to its mixed energy profile and the rural poverty rate of 41.9, that is according to NKBS. The county actively engages national and devolved energy policy effort. However, poor policy implementation and lack of incentive for private sector involvement persist. Okay, these studies explores how innovative solar technologies supported by strategic policies and community involvement can close the rural energy gap. Our specific objectives as being displayed, one was to assess the level of access of solar energy in Kisumu County. 2, assess the efficiency of implementing solar energy technologies in Kisumu. 3 is to identify barriers of technology adoption of solar energy access in the rural settings in Kisumu. The research questions were derived from the objectives, so I will not go through that. I will go to the literature review. We adopted 2 theories. One of the theories was the TAM, that is technology adoption theory. This theory is an information system theory that explains how users come to accept and use technology. In the context of this study, TAM helps explain why rural areas in Kisumu County may be hesitant to adopt the innovative solar technology despite their potential benefits. The other theory will use diffusion of innovation theory. This explains how new ideas, technology are spread through a social system. It focuses on factors that influence why individuals adopt or reject innovations with different types of adopters. And these adopters can be including innovators, early adopters, early majority, late majority, and laggards, each with distinct characteristics and responses to change. Under our empirical review, these studies have been done globally. We had one from Lighting Global in 2022 that noted that public policy can significantly improve access by creating financial incentives, reducing regulatory barriers, and encouraging private sectors' participation in rural energy initiatives. We also had a scholar from Sovarkol et al. 2019, Lee at 2020, where studies have indicated that energy access directly influences the economy development as it enables rural communities to engage income-generating activities, improve educational outcomes, and access better healthcare services. Also from the World Bank 2020, it was lack of technical knowledge within communities can lead to sustainability issues as users may struggle to maintain a repair system without external assistance. On chapter 3 on research methodology, our research design, we used descriptive research design, and our target population, we had 71 estimated of total of 71 active solar energy stakeholders forming a target population of the study. This includes 12 licensed solar contractors, 10 registered importers, 18 local solar vendors and dealers, 8 certified solar energy technicians, and 23 retail solar product sellers operating across both urban and rural areas. Our data collection, it involved 2 methods, the structured questionnaires and interview. The structured questionnaires were administered to 18 local solar vendors and 8 certified solar energy technicians and 23 level solar product sellers operating across both urban and rural areas. And also we had the in-depth interviews, which was also connected with the key stakeholders, which include the licensed solar contractors and 10 registered importers. On our data analysis, we used both quantitative and qualitative approaches and descriptive statistics such as frequency, percentages, and means, summarize, and findings, and those you will see when you're presenting the results. The qualitative data from interviews is analyzed thematically, allowing for the identification of key themes related to success, challenges, and stakeholder perspective on rural energy expansion. This mixed method approach provides a comprehensive overview on current status of rural energy access in Kisumu County and effect of innovative technologies in addressing these energy needs. On our data analysis findings as displayed, I did so it's made able to be understood. On access, as per objective, on access to solar energy in Kisumu, 62% have access to reliable electricity for daily needs. We also had 50% acknowledge that availability of solar energy sources in the areas. 45% found the cost of acquiring solar energy affordable. Affordability remains a challenge. 55% disagreed that local government support was sufficient. 60% were aware of the different solar energy technologies, and 60% also agreed that solar energy improved their household and quality of life. On the findings on our second objectives, which was efficiency of implementing solar technologies, 60% stated that solar provides a reliable source of power. 58% reported solar system effectively support household appliances. 40% felt installation required high technical expertise, making setup a challenge. And 50% found maintenance accessible and affordable. And 60% lastly considered solar energy more efficient than other sources. On our last objective findings, that was barriers to solar technology adoption, 80% agreed high initial cost discourage adoption. 75% cited inadequate awareness and information as key hindrance. 70% reported financial constraint affecting investments in solar energy. 40% pointed to lack of technical expertise for installation and maintenance. And 65% believed government incentives and subsidies are insufficient. Lastly, 55% highlighted cultural beliefs and social perception barriers. On our stakeholder insight, financial limitations were the biggest hurdle for the adoption, and also challenges of low technical skills, lack of community sensitization, and weak policy support. And lastly, stakeholder recommended government subsidies, flexible financing, community training, and stronger regulation to improve uptake. Under our correlation analysis, we had both positive correlation analysis on level of access of a positive of 0.52, meaning better access improves technology efficiency. We also had a negative correlation on barriers to technology adoption, showing that higher barriers reduce both access and performance. And before I end, I think I didn't add the slide for the conclusion. Maybe I could just say one or two. On the conclusion of level access, solar energy in Kisumu has grown, still remains uneven, limited by affordability, inadequate government support that households struggle with high cost of solar energy. In conclusion, on the second objectives on assessing of efficiency, solar energy solution of implementation, important solar technology were found reliable, efficient when properly installed. However, technical expertise limit the potential. And lastly, on the conclusion on our third objective, identifying on the barriers to technology adoption, the study revealed financial barriers, lack of information, limited technical skills were the main obstacles to solar adoption. And on our recommendation, we recommend that enhance awareness and subsidies for solar access by introducing flexible financing options and expand grassroots education on solar technology to break down economic and knowledge barriers. Thank you, and I think that's all.
Yes, thank you very much for that short presentation. 9 minutes, 19 seconds. Probably you take the trophy for observing time since I started moderating this session. That's very good. We can see there are many things we can learn about solar systems, both solar PV systems and solar water heating systems. The ones are presented by Professor Engineer Makoha and the one by Emily. So we appreciate the presentations. We can go to Fred and the scholar. I don't know if you want to come, the two of you or one of you, but just come on stage here. The only thing I'll tell you is that I'll be timing you for the 10 minutes. Welcome, engineer.
Thank you. But I think for fairness, 10 minutes is very short. Because I was very observant, most of the guys were doing 14, 15. Yes. So I think most of the papers have been on electricity, solar. So allow me now to take you back to LPG, which I believe all of us have cylinders at home. And this is something that is quite key for the country. So our topic is on stakeholder management for effective implementation of infrastructure LPG projects in Mombasa County. And when I talk about infrastructure LPG projects, I'm not talking about the small filling plants. I'm talking about facilities with storage capacities of about at least 10,000 metric tons that are also able to receive cargoes that dock at Mombasa via the sea. First of all, allow me to say effective stakeholder engagement plays a vital role in the success of implementation of these LPG infrastructure projects. And it is not just a matter of engaging the stakeholders, but it should be meaningful dialogue, consultation, and collaboration with all parties affected by these projects. Stakeholder issues normally affect these projects in many ways. And allow me to say that because we want everybody to transition to clean sources of energy or cooking, access to modern cooking solutions remains a pressing challenge in Kenya, with the majority of households still dependent on biomass, and that means firewood, charcoal, and plus all those other what we consider dirty sources of fuel, kerosene included. And so because of this, the government has come up with some initiatives to transition Kenyans to clean sources of cooking. And the government put in place National Clean Cooking Strategy. That was in 2019. The government has also come up with what we call LPG Growth Strategy. And LPG Growth Strategy is quite wide, and it has also come up with ways through which this will be achieved. One of such is what we call LPG for learning institutions. And I think the Minister of Energy and Petroleum, through the State Department for Petroleum, is quite doing something about this, because we want to transition all our learning institutions to clean cooking methods. And if I can just remind all of us, if you remember high school, the way the kitchen used to look like. That is what we want to change. So that that cook that cooked your ugali, githeri, and all that works in a very clean environment. And that is why government has also come up with that. But for us to achieve this, we must ensure that this LPG is cheaper and accessible. And for most Kenyans, price means everything. And some of these interventions by the government we project will reduce maybe LPG prices by about 30%. And that will be very good for us. The government is also putting in place some other interventions. For example, you remember Gas Yetu, that is going to distribute about 4.5 million cylinders to Kenyans of low income. Yes. And so, whatever we are doing here, actually, is in compliance with what we call official government policy. That is what we call bottom-up economic model. And for me, I always call it medium-term plan. The better is just a theme. I mean, Dr. Mutwa is like an economist, he knows about that. And this is actually in line with the Vision 2030. So currently, per capita, we are at 7.5. That is, each Kenyan is using about 7.5 kilograms of gas per year. That is still very low. And that is what we want to change. So that at least we use 15 kgs of gas per year. And that by the year 2028 or 2030. Our penetration is now at about 30%. That is the last statistics from the KNBS of 2023. And we want to push that to 70% by the year 2028. Allow me to go back. So I was just reminding you when I talk about LPG infrastructure projects, you look at the first photo there. That is just the foundation of that, what we call the sphere that will store the LPG. That is just one tank. So it is quite a big thing. I think I've covered most of that. So the problem statement is, do we have investors who are ready to invest in this space? And I'll say yes. And there are many, many people who have come forward to do these facilities. However, the biggest challenge comes when you now, because you have to do what we call an EIA or ECIA, Environmental and Social Impact Assessment, before you undertake this project. We normally have a lot of objections to some of these projects, and that has been a big challenge. So far, the Energy and Petroleum Sector Regulator, EPRA, has received many, many applications, about 13 or so. However, only 4 are under implementation. And why? Stakeholder engagement or consultation. And some of these have ended up being challenged legally, mostly at the National Environment Tribunal, High Court, and Court of Appeal. So these projects end up stalling there forever. So this is what we want to find out. How can we best handle such projects so that they are implemented? Justification of the study, I've justified. Our objective is to enhance and stakeholder management and promote investments in LPG import infrastructure projects. And our specific objectives, we had 3. 1, to assess key stakeholders' interests and concerns. Of course, this is the main one. And believe you me, LPG is a subsector full of interests and loaded with high-octane politics. And that is why we find out what are these interests and how can we best deal with them. And 2, to examine potential conflict areas in the LPG import infrastructure projects. And 3, to explore effective stakeholder engagement strategies in these projects. Allow me now to invite my co-author to just take 1 or 2, 3 slides, please. Come. But as she comes, we looked at our study was based on 2 theories. The first one was stakeholder management theory, and the second one was project management theory. Now, stakeholder management theory simply emphasizes ethical and inclusive relationships with stakeholders. You are going to do a project, but you should do it in an ethical manner. This is what this theory is all about. 2 is the project management theory, which offers practical tools and processes to implement these relationships. Yes, you have stakeholders, they have issues. What is the best way, or what are the tools that will enable you to handle such issues that they may have?
We will go to such methodology. Our study was undertaken in Mombasa, and the reason of Mombasa because it's the main entry point of the LPG distribution arm. So the study design, this study was adapted as a descriptive research, that is mixed method approach, and we did sensors as a sampling technique. We also did data collection, whereby we used structured and open questionnaires. And also that was the primary data. We also used secondary data, whereby we got data from EPRA, that is the projects which have failed, and also the projects which are in implementation stage. Our target population, we targeted on the investor, that is project sponsors. So we had 5, and a percentage of 14.3. We had EIA experts. A number was 3 at a percentage of 0.6. We also had engineers, and the number of 4, percentage of 11.4. We also had project managers, who are also engineers, but in the LPG import infrastructure, and they have diverse knowledge of LPG. We also had regulatory agencies, that is DOSH, NEMA, and also we also engaged our colleagues who have robust knowledge in LPG. And also we had county government representative, that is Mombasa, Kilifi, and Kwale. Also we had LPG marketing companies. We also engaged them. We also had local communities, whereby we visited several Muslims churches in Mombasa County.
Thank you. In our data analysis, first of all, our respondents, or the people we sampled, most of them had at least undergraduate, because this is a sector that you need people that are knowledgeable. So we mostly targeted people we thought would give us some good information. And only about 11.3% at secondary, that is college and below. There was high support for LPG projects. You can see the mean 4.57 with standard deviation of about 0.5. Perception of benefit to communities was quite strong, as shown. About the mean was about 4.26 with a standard deviation of about 0.712. However, during these engagements, the biggest concern for most of the stakeholders is safety issues and nothing else. And also we identified about some issues on mitigation of negative environmental impacts. And then on the correlation matrix, that is quite well shown. But whatever we found out about was that there was a lot of very strong correlation between stakeholder interests and engagement strategies. On conflict areas, that is should be our objective number 2. Policy alignment, that is to do with the national and county levels. We got about a mean of 4.2 and with a standard deviation of about 0.620. High registration costs, and this was quite interesting for one particular project. We normally require you to get clearance from the county, and they issue what we call physical clearance. And there was one particular project that was quite interesting, that they charged about 80 million for just physical clearance. So that could show you clearly somebody was trying to frustrate that project. Influence from pressure groups, that is NGOs, etc., we got a mean deviation of about 3.86, with a standard deviation of about 0.771. Now, on engagement strategies, stakeholder involvement, the results we got mean of about 4.11, standard deviation of about 0.625. Effectiveness of communication by the project team got a mean of 4.00 with a standard deviation of 0.621. In conclusion, stakeholders value LPG projects but need better safety assurances. There was one particular interesting project. This particular proponent had actually to sponsor teams so that they could just show them around what LPG is all about before they accepted the project. So that is some of the frustrations some investors go through. Current conflict drivers, we have policy misalignment, like the case of the county government that I've given, the example. Procedural delays, you'll just be told we are looking at your project and nothing you can do about it because there are no timelines. And this is especially with the devolved unit. So this was came out strong. Inadequate consultation is where somebody purports to have done this public participation, but in real sense, they gave out 1, 2, 3, 4 questionnaires, which really are not adequate. And this is one of the reasons why the National Environment Tribunal has been rejecting some of these projects, so hence their failure. So we also found out that engagement must go beyond compliance. You must build trust with these host communities and just to raise up the level of project acceptability. We came up with several recommendations. One, align with the land use plans and legal frameworks. I think this is one of the areas that we really need to engage with the county governments because this is under their purview. And it is one of the reasons why you've done your project genuinely, but then it is being encroached as time go by. And then now you are told, this is a highly dense population, you need to move your project. But then you ask them, I was there before them, now what do you do? 2, map and communicate with key stakeholders early. And there was one particular project that was interesting. This fellow had done everything that is required, but then the communication broke down along the way. So the county government claimed, we do not know what you are doing there. We only see a wall and some people. What are you doing there? And it ended up being very bad on the investor. 3, involve communities in project design, especially safety aspects, so that by the time you are at the design stage of the project, you incorporate their views so that you enhance the project acceptability and success. Harmonize regulations and streamline processes. I think this has also come out very strongly from the Senate. There was a report touching on this. And one of the recommendations was the energy sector regulator, the environment regulator, and all the other players can come up with ways of working jointly just to increase the level of success of these projects. Number 3 is hold at least 3 well-documented engagement forums. There was one particular interesting project in which the EIA experts told us how they were able to go through this. They did not just hold public consultation engagements, but they went further to document it thoroughly. They had videos, verbatim for the meetings, they did minutes, and they were attendance. And they had identified their stakeholders very well. And so when somebody tried to be cheeky to take this project to the National Environment Tribunal, it was thrown out within 30 minutes. And I'm happy that project is being implemented. On policy implications, we have recommended very serious things on the policy. First, we were borrowing from what we call, there is a law called Illegal Notice 99 that had mapped petroleum critical petroleum infrastructure sites, and they were actually gazetted and declared to be of national importance, so that you do not just trespass. So we are recommending that. I've just noticed they didn't project some of the recommendations we had. So we are recommending that by the time such projects are approved, then there need to be a gazette notice that follows and declares that particular site to be of critical national importance, so that they are protected, both the investor and the other stakeholders. There is need for shift from reactive to proactive stakeholder management. Stakeholder input should shape policy and design. And lastly, there is need for support for Kenya's sustainable development goals through inclusive infrastructure development. Thank you. But forgive me on the time.
Yes, engineer. 19 minutes. The LPG is what you call a transition fuel. It's very good actually for people to use. But remember, Winston Churchill said a good speech is like a mini skirt. Too short, short to cover short to arouse the interest, long to cover the essentials. So always keep the golden mean. It should be short, but not very short, but also not very long. Thank you. Chacha, you should be the next. So as you come to present, please think about Winston Churchill's idea about a good speech. Just walk, come here. So yours should be also 10 minutes. We will be happy if you do less than that.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chacha Jackson, and I'm happy to be the last one wrapping the day. As my colleague was presenting, there is Claudia, second last. As my colleague engineer was presenting on stakeholder on LPG, I'm happy to present something on safety and regulations in the LPG sector.
We're still looking for his presentation, but I'm asking him to give us a story as we look for the presentation. If you can't give us a story, then give us the background, the problem statement, then we start from the objectives, start reading the objectives. I think that would be okay. But yes, the DJ has given us music. Clement wants to start for the interest of time. Ruth, can you do for Clement? Or you found the presentation? I will reset your clock, don't worry. It's not right, it has stopped. But people are streaming out. So if we continue spending 20 minutes to present, you'll find yourself presenting to me alone in this room, which will not be very, very good because I'm not a very good listener. I will start interrogating your studies. That's the problem. So now, as a veteran of presentations, Chacha. 1, background, 1 minute. All the time, 1 minute. Objectives, 1 minute. Problem statement, 1 minute. Methods, 1 minute. Results, 3 minutes, and you are done. And I can assure you we are going to understand your stuff. So please, you can start. I'm timing you fresh.
Thank you, Phoenix. The title is Analysis of Effectiveness, Preparedness, Response and Coordination to Bulk LPG Transportation Incidents in Kenya. Now, just to give you a background, recently we have seen a surge of petroleum accidents. Just to mention a few, as early as last year, around February, we saw something on Mradi area, Bakasi, which was not a good representation. So this study, therefore, analyzes on how the country is well prepared to respond to such incidents whenever they happen. So just to give you a background, some of the key findings of the study was that there was about almost 100 compliance with KEBS and 76% compliance with EPRA. So emergency response were documented among the respondents, and we found out that 46% were comprehensive. One of the key factors which hindered these accidents was driver fatigue, and some of the companies had about 30% incident reporting mechanism and 90%. Thank you. Yeah, as I was saying, only 30% of the respondents had incident reporting mechanisms, and about 90 lacked coordination wherever the incidents occurred. So out of the regression analysis, the R square here was about 0.619, a representation of 61%. So this is probably probability. As you all know, as you approach one, the higher the probability. So just a snippet of the recommendations, the study recommended standardized ERPs across. We need to enforce driver rest protocols, establish a coordination mechanism whenever such incidents occur. So, petroleum sector being vital for energy in the country, we use LPG for cooking, transport, and manufacturing. So we as a country, we have a robust infrastructure, right from handling, imports, storage, and all the way to distribution. So I highlighted before some of the few petroleum incidents we have witnessed before. And we as a country, LPG demand is rising due to favorable government policies. Of recent, we had the Finance Act of 2023, which had zero-rated LPG taxes. So as these favorable government taxes, they have also increased accessibility. So EPRA projects LPG demand to increase. Now, as this increase also, we see increase in incidents. So just to go very fast because of time, I have highlighted the key problem statements. Of course, whenever these incidents happen, we see loss of life, we see destruction of properties and economic destruction. So I had three main objectives. Number one was to evaluate preparedness response mechanism, assess adherence to KEBS and EPRA safety regulations, and examine stakeholder coordination and communication. So these were some of the research questions and significance. My scope was limited to licensed bulk LPG transporters in Kenya. Data was on preparedness, compliance, and coordination.
covering 1 year period ending as latest as April 2025. Some of the limitation on data was that data on incidents reporting was inadequate. Then we had a potential bias in questionnaire responses and reliance on self-reported data. These are some of the selected literature review, which I'll skip. Then the research gap. Then go all the way to methodology. So the study employed a cross-sectional design with stratified sampling. Our target population was registered bulk LPG transporters in Kenya. Use of stratification in sampling. A sample size of about 30 licensed transporters were sampled. Then data collected through questionnaires with both closed and open-ended questions. So analysis, SPSS, and Excel. So some of the key findings and discussions here. The study noted that ERPs here stands for Emergency Response Plans, which were comprehensiveness as ERP comprehensiveness improved with the experience. We found that some companies which operated more than even 30 years had more comprehensive ERPs. So the more the companies had done business, the more the comprehensive ERPs. So universal compliance with KEBS was witnessed. However, EPRA regulations adherence and ERP comprehensiveness showed variability, indicating room for improvement. Some of the major challenges impacting safety include road traffic, which the respondent quoted, which stood at 20%. Then we lack designated LPG bullets parking areas, which stood at 16%. Then driver fatigue, which as a country we lack technology to monitor such. So there's an investor in the house, this is an opportunity for you. Continuation on discussions. There exists a gap in coordination with relevant agencies whenever such incidents happen. So 90% represented that. And we remember last year when the Muradi incident happened, Nairobi County responded, EPRA responded, everybody was responding, you know, fire came in. So we lacked a coordinating mechanism. Also, just to quote, you remember the issue of Westgate, the coordination, the response coordination there was not much coordinated. So we even had private firearms coming in. So whenever we witness such uncoordinated response, this one also increases risks. So experience influences ERP qualities, while documentation is present through preparedness values. So equipment availability drives personnel training. KEBS compliance was strong, but EPRA adherence needs standardization. So from the graphs there, you can see external coordination with government agencies. No coordination, less than 5%. Poor, less than 10. Average, above 10. But if you see all of them were below 50%. Coordination with emergency response teams, which include maybe fire departments. We had over 60%, 80% with no coordination, and below 10% with poor coordination. Now I'll go straight to recommendations. Some of the recommendations here are basically policy ones. We need to establish a national legislative framework guiding on response and preparedness to petroleum incidents. Now, this one covers all the way to even onshore and offshore. We need to set up an incident command system with the lead agencies defining clear roles on responding to LPG incidents wherever they happen. We need to fully implement the OPRC agreement, which Kenya is a member state on oil spillages. Then we need to enforce standardized ERP templates across, regular drills and simulation for all petroleum stakeholders, and offer incentives to these training equipments. We also need to foster regional and international relationship and agreements for mutual supports. Now, for short-term solutions, we as an agency, we need to increase rigorous inspections in collaboration with the NTSA. We need to do investment in road infrastructure, apply stricter regulations and driver hours and fatigue monitoring, develop a mechanism for regulating transit tankers, of which I hear there is something coming up on that, and also create public awareness on LPG safety. For all those recommendations, I wish to submit. I hope.
Thank you. You spent 10 minutes, 35 seconds. Very good. We're on to the last presentation. I walked outside there and found there are many people actually just in this corridor. I thought people had gone home, but they are still around. So if you're outside there and you are taking tea, I think you can come with it here. You can meet someone, say, I'm from EPRA Research Week. Then they ask you, what did they present? Then you say, I can't even remember. Because they're presenting the stuff, you are outside there. So last, we want to listen from Clement. Clement, please, come and give us a presentation.
Thank you so much. I'm called Clement Nadio. I'm the manager for environment, health and safety from EPRA. I'm going to change the topic of discussion just to prove why environmental impact assessment influences energy, or can influence energy access as the main theme for this conference. Because no project, as per MCA, can actually commence without environmental impact assessment or even NEMA license. So my study is about analysis of rejection rate of environmental and social impact assessment for the proposed petroleum retail dispensing station in Kenya by Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, that is EPRA. And this is in line with the theme, which is energy access, and the sub-theme is sustainable practices and environmental consideration. So basically, according to Environmental Management and Coordination Act, as well as the EI regulation, I'm already in the introduction. It's a requirement. Actually, that legislation has actually categorized projects into low risk, medium risk, and high risk. And petroleum retail dispensing station is categorized as medium risk project, which requires mandatory comprehensive project report, which is ESIA. So that is coordinated by NEMA, but EPRA being the lead agency on matters to do with energy and petroleum, EPRA needs to review all ESIA reports related to energy and petroleum and actually submit comments and feedback to NEMA. Why is EIA very important? EIA is a critical tool in mitigating negative impact emanating from a certain project or a specific project. It's actually a deterrence tool to prevent incident, accident, explosion, or environmental contamination, environmental pollution, which can actually affect the people, the project, and even the environment. So in reviewing the environmental impact assessment report received by the authority, there are some standards which guides. And one of the standards is East Africa Kenya Standard 980-2020, which provides requirement for establishment of a petroleum retail dispensing station. There's also a standard EKS, EAS 976, giving requirements on establishment of installation and design of underground tank, storage tank for petroleum products. And also 977, 2020, that is a Kenya standard in East Africa, guiding on installation of above ground storage tank for petrol station for fuel storage. So on my problem statement, the point is no petrol station can actually be initiated without EIA compliance or without EIA license. And in our review as the authority, there's a lot of rejection of the submitted environmental impact assessment. And this will actually affect our national call of energy access and actually scaling up energy opportunity, energy and petroleum opportunities, infrastructure project in the country. So there has been focus on other large-scale energy infrastructure, but minimal attention in retail petroleum dispensing station. And this one actually takes a large majority of energy facilities in the Republic of Kenya. So in my study, the objective is actually to identify the patterns, the frequency, and the reasons why environmental ACI reports are being rejected by the authority. And I had three objectives. One, to quantify. I just want to know the rate of the rejection and what are the leading causes of rejection of these ESI reports. And actually to evaluate the persistence of the high impact rejection causes over time. So, as indicated, the focus is increasing access to energy in the Republic of Kenya. So this study comes in handy because ESI can actually deter establishment of energy infrastructure in the Republic of Kenya. And this also contributes to the broader discourse on environmental compliance and energy infrastructure in emerging economies, underscoring how strong EHS governance enables sustainable and equitable energy access. So when undertaking this study, the data was actually collected from our ESI register in the authority. And the focus area for this study is actually 3 quarters in this financial year: Q1, Q2, and Q3 data. And descriptive quantitative research design was actually used. And in our secondary data register, we had 126 ESI reports submitted to the authority for review and decision making for the 3 quarters. Because this is a sensitive matter, we had actually to consider some ethical aspects in which permission was sought from the authority. And in our analysis, we are not going to disclose any organization. We're just going to use the information that we have, no profiling of any proponent. Under our study finding, this is our study finding. In terms of Q1, Q3, and 4, the report receipts were evenly distributed. You can appreciate they were falling between 32, 28, but majority were in Q2, which was 38%. And in the 3 quarters, as I indicated, there were actually 26, not 27. Out of these, 97 were rejected, and 30 were approved. So, and this begs the question, are we going to achieve the energy access as a result of this performance? Are we having quality issues in terms of report submission? Those are the issues that this paper tries to address. So basically in terms of percentage, there is that 76 rejection rate, that's 76% rejection rate, and 23% acceptance rate.
So basically, it indicates there is high rejection rate for the petroleum retail dispensing station in Kenya. And in this heat map, we tried to establish what are the main reasons now, because we are guided by the standard, the Petroleum Act of 2019, the Kenya Standard 98/2020, 976. It has actually set the condition and criteria that must be considered before establishing or in establishing petroleum retail station. And in our analysis, the checklist actually, lack of health and safety committee, no baseline studies, inadequate waste management, lack of stakeholders engagement as indicated by my colleague, and inadequate fire suppression and poor emergency response procedure were the leading causes in Q1, Q2, and Q3. And the list were actually lack of design and layout, or design and layout that doesn't meet the standard as per 980/2020, and poor vent and lack of tank capacities, which makes authority not able to review. Those are the top reasons. I think I've mentioned this. I've also mentioned the least reason. In terms of ranking, I think I've indicated the top 10. Health and Safety Committee, not considered, was the leading one. And then lack of baseline studies like BTEX, TPH, which is very critical in establishing petroleum station, was actually number 2. And then in terms of comparing the persistence over time, there was consistency in terms of missing information. For example, there is the health and safety was cross-cutting in all the quarters, lack of baseline studies, BTEX and TPH, and lack of waste management plan, and lack of fire suppression system was actually cutting across the 3 quarters. So in conclusion, there is high and consistent ESIA rejection rate. High and consistent ESIA rejection rate were observed across Q1 to Q3 of financial year 2024-2025, revealing systemic deficiencies in technical quality and environmental compliance. And then the analysis revealed that majority of ESIA report rejection were driven by few high-impact deficiencies. If among these were the absence of health and safety committee and lack of BTEX, TPH, and PH, and inadequate waste management plan, and poor stakeholders engagement, or unsatisfactory stakeholders engagement. And then the most critical rejection factor reappeared consistently across the 3 quarters, indicating long-standing systemic issues. These gaps suggest a need for stronger consultant training, better feedback mechanism, and consistent regulatory follow-up. Recommendation. The first one is develop a petroleum sector ESIA performance indicator, index, and if it's possible, there's need of introducing a rating system that scores consultants and proponents based on report quality. And if it's possible, it's also recommended that we have a star rating. Once published, it's going to increase their market demand, and it will make many experts now to prepare quality report. And then there's need of institutionalizing pre-submission consultation through engagement between project proponent and regulators through pre-application meeting to clarify requirement and reduce rejection rate. And then conduct mandatory sensitization for ESIA expert by NEMA and also and authority. This one will enhance their competence, the competence of experts. And then there's need of the authority, that is NEMA, to certify experts based on their professional qualification and even experience, not registering any Tom, Dick, and Harry as an expert with zero knowledge about energy and petroleum sector. So there's need of having sector-specific registration of ESIA experts by the authorities. And lastly, there's need of incentivizing quality submission by creating a ranking system. I think I've mentioned this. And there's need of establishing a central public ESIA portal and with downloadable example of approved reports, regulators' feedback,
and learning material so that the expert can actually review and access quality reports so that they can actually learn from it and improve on it. Thank you so much. That is the end of my presentation. There are some areas for further research. There's need of establishing the relationship between expert qualification, experience, and the quality of reports submitted. And secondly, the strictness of the standard and the national call for energy access, especially in the last mile. And lastly, the effectiveness of the standards in upscaling energy and petroleum sector. Asante.
Thank you. 13 minutes, that's okay. That's quite okay. If we check from all the studies that are being presented here, we're having actionable points. And most of the times when I talk to my colleagues, I tell them that's the purpose of research. Research must come up with points, and those points now generate projects, and we continue improving the sector. Because if you realize, like people who send the EIA reports to EPRA, and the reports are rejected. Why? We need to know the trend, why they are rejected. Sometimes back, EPRA is quite young. It's not very old, by the way. We could just reject and life goes on. Do you say, anyway, they must do a good thing. But then at some stage, as you mature, you need to know why you are rejecting them. After knowing why you are rejecting them, you need to come up with an active solution so that the compliance space can become actually efficient, and becomes efficient if the regulator and the regulated have some common points of understanding in terms of technical knowledge. So thank you very much, Clement, for that. I want to welcome questions to our panelists. Any question? You say your name, you mention the panelist, then you ask your question, and the question should be related to what was presented. Please don't ask questions that are outside the scope of what they are presented. So don't ask Professor Makoha when you will graduate. If you're from Moi, that will be out of scope. Or why you got a soup when he was teaching you. So just ask questions on what he has presented only, nothing else. Questions? Yes, Victor.
Yeah, I thought this one maybe could have come earlier on, the discussion this evening, because on solar water heaters, that is where my interest was, and that is why I was here up to now. We have a lot of challenges on the grid instability. Prof, you are very aware of that. And when you were discussing about this in the morning, we have several challenges with the power from around 6 up to 8, where most Kenyans now switch on their appliances. And these solar water heaters, it was there before, and I think we were part of those guys who also ensured it went through. Then some people up there ensured that it was actually removed from the system. Again, you are on it. Maybe it will be a law. How sure are you that this time, those up there, because they are not here, and you know they are the signatories, how sure are you, the guys at the panel, and you as the regulator, that this time, this bill, maybe it will be a law, the solar water heater law, will actually be followed to the letter. Why? Because heating is the biggest challenge to our power instability. We may not really have time because it's late, it's 5, but maybe in later discussions, we just need to do mathematical analysis on how these electrical heaters we have in our houses are contributing 100% to most power instabilities, maybe in the evening. Then 2, and this is also something we've discussed in the groups, and nothing is happening. Dr. Fenwick, if we really want to succeed in energy access, and we do something that is meaningful, and we do something that we are not going to lose money for the Kenyans, then EPRA and NCA and Kenya Power those people should ensure that the NCA Act is actually amended to ensure that the same thing you are doing when you are registering your licensees is also done to the other side of the NCA. Because EPRA will not do anything to do with installation. Those guys who are actually registering or licensing farms to do installation or anything else are the NCA. At the moment, we have NCAs who are doing power installation that do not even have a single engineer. Because the moment you go to the NCA portal, you are not required to present any form of certificate for any engineer. NCA is about money. You start from NCA 1, you go to NCA 7. When you have 100,000, you can go for NCA 1. When you have 30,000, you go to NCA 4. When you have 5,000, you go to NCA 7. What does that one mean? That the NCA that is actually charged with licensing the contractors does not really care whether you have a professional, whether you have a technician, whether you have an engineer. At the end of the day, all the things we've discussed here will remain here. When we go to the site, you'll find very ambiguous projects that takes 2 months and they are gone. So thank you, Felix. But next year, when we come back here, please liaise with the NCA so that we have structures in place to have that one done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'll respond to that even as other people ask questions because I'll get confused. You know, I was a moderator, but you decided to ask me questions, which I will respond. For solar water heating, the main reason was because the previous regulation was forcing people who live in a 3-bedroomed house within a municipal region to have a solar water heater. So the parliamentary committee for energy thought that was overbearing on Mwananchi. If you are part of that team, there was an MP from Wajir who asked us, who told us people from his area want to heat water to use. So we've left some sections of that regulation to be determined by counties in terms of if it's compulsory for you to have one. We'll leave it for the counties, for the building codes. But as it is right now, it's going to be picked. Although I'm with you on the concept of energy being used. There's some studies that have been done actually about solar water heating, actually water heating consumption in the evening. Just can't remember the person who came to present to us, but there's some studies that have been done about that. And you know the difference between our peak load and our available capacity is narrowing down. So it's an area we need to be concerned about, but something we need to improve. On NCA Act, I'm not an expert in actually these legislative instruments, but there's a way you can initiate a revision of that act. Even, and by the way, Victor contested to be a senator. Next time you'll not be seeing him here. He will be hooting at you on the road. He was passing by you very fast in 2027. But because I know you walk on the corridors of Parliament more than I do, I know that, you will talk to one of the members of Parliament to assist us to amend that via private amendment bill. By the way, it's possible. Then we give you those reasons. This one way. Then another way is could be through the ministry responsible for NCA. They could also do that. They change that. But then what you need is a good memorandum explaining those things, which of course most of the times we can come together as a caucus, and then we develop that memorandum. Then it can now go via Parliament to see if they can do revisions. Even the Energy Act right now is going through revisions. We are revising it. Some areas that are not very necessary, you keep on changing because the law is never foolproof, by the way. It keeps on changing. They say the law is an ass. You have to kick it to serve you. The people kick their donkeys to serve them. So you kick the law. If it's not working well, you keep on tweaking until it serves you nicely. So thank you very much, Engineer Okuna, for that. We have a question here. Where's the microphone? I want to remind you there is a professor here. He's full of knowledge. You can ask him a question.
Prof, Paul, I forgot something. What's your take on tax to be imposed this month on solar? I think we've discussed the government, which is you are the government. You're going to impose for us tax on solar. We've discussed everything from morning. There's nothing you've told us. And you want to do energy access. You want to increase tax. You want to increase cost. And I don't know, can you just give us maybe 1 minute? You tell us.
Well, my comment will be a political comment, so I'll avoid that because I'm in government. But what I'll tell you is EPRA always sends its tax proposals to the ministry. Every year, by the way, we do tax. So we say what we want to eat as EPRA. But on top of that, we ask Treasury what they should exempt all the time. So when we are sending there and Dr. Mutua consolidates that, we always say exempt 1, 2, 3, 4 because of the following reasons. Now, Treasury in their own wisdom, because they'll get those exemption requests from Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Education, so many. So they sit down in their own wisdom and decide which taxes to impose, which is not impose. But every year I can assure you, we always ask the ministry, the Treasury, specifically every budget year, exempt this. Then Ministry of Agriculture tells them exempt this. Ministry of Industrialization, exempt this. So they consolidate all those, and because they are the experts, they're the economists, then they decide which ones to exempt, which are not to exempt. It's something actually I can't give more comments on. But from the EPRA side, because we are championing for uptake of solar PV system, and you've seen the results from 2012 up to now in C&I, we will still continue championing for tax exemptions for solar PV products. We don't get it this year, next year we are back at their door to do that until you remember during the COVID time there was no tax exemption, but then it came back, isn't it? So we'll keep on knocking at the door of the Treasury to ask them to exempt the solar PV system. Thank you. Yes.
You know, in each and every conversation, we go through the program and we have some expectation and the issues to be discussed. So this panel was strictly on matters, staffs from the HEBRA to tell us what they are doing. But there was something I was expecting to hear from HEBRA, and even my colleague, one of my colleagues texted me because I told them to watch through the social media, they'll know the clarification of it. It's called KASEF Mtaani. This program, no one has talked about it, and it was launched just some few months back. And I was expecting either one of the staffs from the EBRA to tell us what does it do and how can we as community members be part and parcel of this initiative. As we speak now, as we sat here, there's some fire outbreak that has come out from Mukuru, and about 100 plus houses are burnt down. And I was in touch with our friends and colleagues from Mukuru, and they're telling me this fire has been escalated simply because of the gas. Gas was ilikuwa burst in each and every household, but the cause of the fire is still unknown. But the escalation of the fire has been done through the gas. So this KASEF Mtaani, what is it? And how can the community, we call it community-based organizations, when you're pale chini, can be part of that initiative so that they can create awareness and sensitization on matters of safety when it comes to energy, electricity, gas, and ETCs. I rest my case.
Thank you very much. I don't know if there's KASEF Mtaani ambassador here today. We have an ambassador here. On the reason why they have not presented on KASEF is because, as you rightly pointed out, it was launched recently, and you see this team was presenting research findings. So the research findings, they have a proposal, they have a concept note first, there's a proposal, they go to the field, they collect data, which started all the way 365 and a quarter days ago. So KASEF, we will see it, of course, probably next year in the research. We will see the results actually for the KASEF Mtaani campaigns. But in case, of course, you might want to have a presentation on that, so we can get someone to present. You can talk to Juliet here. If the program allows, then someone might come here I don't know, the people I was saying in the morning, we have ambassadors actually, but none of this is one of the ambassadors of CASEF, so I may not ask them to talk about CASEF when they are not very privy to the details. But as you rightly point out, we need the champions, of course, to assist us to champion for that. We've been walking around the country. You've seen the chief from Sinai when there was a fire. You've seen the lady, the chief who keeps on, who assists us to propagate the word about CASEF. She's been very useful to us in terms of promoting the safety of that. So you'll connect with Juliet. Probably Juliet might link you to the ambassadors of CASEF Mtaani so that you can assist us to do this. And as I've always said, by the way, issues of regulations are not for the regulator. We always look for self-regulation. We always like when the population is regulating itself. So as much as possible, we want the citizens to participate in most of the things that we do around. That's why you've seen since morning we've had different people presenting in our research week. It could be different. Other organizations just have their own people presenting all through from morning to evening. But here we open up to everyone because we realize that regulation, for it to work well, then we need to have a combination of people. Osia, are you a member of CASEF Mtaani? You can talk to, because I know you might be knowing someone who deals with CASEF, so that you can get contacts with him and with Juliet and you assist him to, yes. So any question? Any other question? Because I want to take a nice photo. I like taking photographs. Someone asked me, do you take photographs every day? I told him or her or it that I take it every hour, not even daily. So that question, if it was meant to embarrass me, I said, no, not every day. I take hourly. So we want to take a photo with the team here. Then, thank you very much, Hamid. There's a question from Hamid. Clement, can you read the question? Hamid is one of our staff. He's a guru in the issues of safety. So Hamid is just asking Clement to confirm if the researchers confirm that all the rejected projects by EPRA ended up not being developed, or is there a possibility some were developed either with or without the approval? Just the issue of illegality. I don't know if Clement can answer that, or is a question for enforcement team. But Clement, you can say something about that.
Yeah, I think once a project is rejected, we have our enforcement wing, which is always tasked with the responsibility of enforcing and ensure construction doesn't go on without the issuance of construction permit from the authority. So I think that is what I can say. But in some cases, some project goes on illegally, and once we get hold of such kind of project, I think that is that's a criminal case. So maybe that is what I can say.
Thank you, Clement. I don't know if Hamid was trying to pull your feet, but Muradi is one of the examples. Of course, it went on and we had rejected them from EPRS section, and it went on, but it's an illegal thing. So it's something we'll need to follow up. Actually, Hamid, that's research for you. You need to do research and see how many have had approvals rejected, and because you are enforcement, and they went on to do the project. Otherwise, where's the photographer? We need to stand, we take a photo together so that we can know we did some research with you before. Odhiambo Odawa, hi. Today you've been uncharacteristically very quiet, but I know tomorrow you will say something. Okay. So am I allowed to end this session, Daktari, or because I was just a moderator? Okay, so I end the session. Tomorrow I promise we're going to end early by 4. so that you don't have people leaving early enough. We still have 1:30. Tomorrow we'll end at 1:30. Doc, will you have a ceremony? Award ceremony? Yes, okay, fine. So, but we'll do that later on. But tomorrow by 1:30 we'll have ended. So it's what I can do is, I don't know if people started the day by praying, but I will thank everyone for making time to come here. As CPRA, don't take this for granted. You can organize an event and no one comes, by the way. You find yourselves just sitting here. That means no one's taking you seriously. But by the fact that this room has been this full, up to around 3 or 4, that means that you take our thing seriously. So thank you very much. DJ, weka ngoma.
It might seem